Mic check, mic check. What's going on? What's going on? What up, Mr. Blonde? What's going on? What up, Joanne? You watch on Netflix? Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice change, y'all. I'm just getting the stream set up right before the first fight comes on. It's a nice change here and there. Just turn it on Netflix. No pay-per-view, no headaches, no hassles, no DAZN technical hiccups, right? And if you're on the in the States, easy day. You don't have to be up till 2 a.m. in the morning. So, all right. Let me get this. Give me about 30 more seconds. I'm gonna be able to call these fights for y'all. All right, cool. Perfect. All right. What's going on, everybody? This is Ron Goodall over here at FightHype.com. As always, it's going to be live commentary, watch along. If you guys don't know, real quick, let me let's get some of you guys up here on the stream really quick. Close this out real quick. They fighting across the pond. Absolutely, it's going to be in the UK. This is narrating the fights. Yes, Lord. So this is just going to be purely commentating. I'll probably be able to grab a couple screenshots here and there. I know, I don't know where you guys are at, depending on if it's a pay-per-view or not. Here in the States, it's Netflix. I think in the UK is Netflix. So should be just an easy turn on. Just click, right? What time's the Benn fight on? Perfect. So let me give you guys a quick rundown on times, right? So as of right now, we have the Clarke and Huni fight. They're about to walk in. Screen sharing. Boom. All right. Real quick, y'all. Well, I got you guys in here. What up, Mr. Quake? So for everyone who's wondering what time these guys are going to be fighting, when is the co-main, when's Benn and Regis, it seems like there's more interest in that fight than the main event. But these fights already happened right here, right? So we can skip all that. This was on the YouTube prelims. Right now, we got Clarke right now going in. And we'll have this fight. Here, all right, let me make sure. We'll have this fight. And then this fight. And then we'll have the co-main event. And then we'll have the main event. So depending on where you guys are at, there's times listed. Let me remove this watermark really quick for you guys. Bam, right there. If you're in the UK, I mean, technically, it's already on right now. All right, Fraser, Clarke, and Justin Huni are in the ring right now. They're about to do tail of the tape. But in the East Coast, 214, 1114, 714. I mean, it's on now. Now, if you guys are wondering when the co-main event, what up, Mr. Chris Style? If you guys are wondering when is the main event, right? I mean, co-main and main event. That's all I care about, right? Respect. In the UK, it's going to be about 9 p.m. And the East Coast is going to be about 4 p.m. And on the West Coast, it's about to be 1 p.m. All right. And on the main event, 10 p.m.-ish UK, 5 p.m. Eastern time, and 2 p.m. Pacific. If you guys are somewhere else outside those regions, just pretty much Google times, whatever the case is, and just kind of get it going from there, right? So I'll say it one more time. If you guys are just waiting for the co-main, East Coast, 4 o'clock Pacific, 1 o'clock UK, 9 p.m. And then about an hour from there will be the main event. But as in right now, I'll be calling the first two fights on the actual Netflix portion right before we get into Conor Benn and Regis Prograis. Yes, sir. So if you guys don't know, we have a poll in the chat on the side. You guys want to just make your picks if you feel like there's going to be any upsets. I mean, I feel like I'm just going to go with Tyson Fury, right? That's the obvious one. The Conor Benn and Regis Prograis fights is interesting because Regis is obviously going to be a step up in pedigree when it comes to a person with the resume that Regis has. But Regis is also going to be entering a territory he hasn't been in, which this fight is going to be at 150. And Conor's had a lot of experience fighting at a bigger weight class against Chris Eubank. So at that point, it's going to be kind of depends on what you like, right? And I'll break down the keys of victory in that fight as well as the Tyson Fury. But right now, I'm getting ready to get this. Well, actually, I want to say the screen because I can't show it. But maybe I can get a screenshot and grab for you guys to let you guys know what particular is on. Like I said, this is on Netflix, no pay-per-view. It's as simple as that. What up? Was it Che YC? Just want to make sure I'm saying it right. But what's going on right here? Let me get this right there. But let me know where you guys are at. It's going to be an early stream. We got 4 fights today. Some of you guys might be at work. Some of you guys might be chilling, watching Netflix, and just want to have a watch companion. Regardless, it should be an interesting fight night. I wouldn't say it was my go-to fight card that I'm looking for, but I am interested in the co-main and the main event. Is it on now? Yes. So the Netflix card is on right now, and if you just missed that part earlier, these are going to be the times we're going to be watching the Huni and Clarke fight. Then after that, we're going to have the Riakporhe fight. Then after that, Conor Benn and Regis, and then the main event. So clean, simple, not too complicated. Netflix is down right now for you? Ugh. Where you at? Because it's working for me right now. Let me get my sound on for this Netflix stream. Let me make sure I'm on here. Let me remove this coming up portion off. Let me get... So, if you're not familiar with the stream, I'm going to have the fighters that are going to be fighting right here. The time. I'm going to start the time. And this is showing what round out of how many rounds. So, this fight is going to have a total of 10 rounds. We're going to be in the first round. Right when I hit start on it, it's going to be a clear indication of what is going to be going down via time. So, if you have any questions, I'm going to call it how I see it with a little bit of my own opinions, but just a pure, straightforward commentary, which will allow you to visualize what the fight could be if you didn't get the chance to see it. All right. So, both the men right now, feinting. No punches are thrown. Clarke has thrown the first punch so far, just a fill-out jab. Both throwing a lot of feints. Mid-range in the middle of the ring. Just a good old fill-out round. Your Netflix is down? Damn. I mean, maybe it'll get better by the time the co-main comes. But right now we got 2 big guys, 2 heavyweights. You know, 2 guys that have had heavyweight moments. Hasn't made it to the mountaintop, but it's a good fight to help them get back into the recovery of their position. Not a lot of action going on. They're both just throwing a lot of jabs, just measuring each other's distance. Right now, Huni landed a good right hook to the body on Clarke as Clarke tries to time him and miss. Clarke lands a good jab on Huni, but Huni follows up with a 1-2 and lands a good shot on Clarke. Both are transitioning from the high guard into a normal boxing position, just trying to give each other different looks. A lot of feinting, a couple jabs in between both, nothing landed so far. Clarke is trying to create different level changes with his jab. What up, Lisa? What's going on? Right now, both still measuring each other. No serious damage. Just a couple jabs. Huni landed a good jab to the body as Clarke tries to recover. Might have landed a little shot on Huni. Tyson Fury is going to win. Yeah, I'm going to favor Tyson Fury in this. They both clinch up right now. Throwing punches in the clinch. Clarke ties up Huni. Ref comes in, breaks them up. And Huni lands a good combination. A couple good shots to the body on Clarke. Clarke tries to retaliate with a double left hook. Might have landed a left hook to the body. I'm just messing with Shy for his Netflix. Yeah. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. I got you. Plus, you got plenty of time. You know, if you're looking for the co-main and main event, we're just on the first fight on the Netflix card, first round. Huni landed a good left hook to the body on Clarke. I think Huni right now is having the better round. He landed a good jab on Clarke. Another good jab on Clarke as Clarke tries to dodge it. And a good right hook to the body landed on Clarke from Huni. And a left hook and a jab as well onto Clarke. The combinations are being put together better by Huni. I'm definitely going to give the first round to Huni as Clarke is trying to make a moment at the end of the round. But as in right now, Huni seems like the faster fighter as he lands a good jab and a left hook to the body on Clarke. This momentum and the combination and the punches landed is favoring Huni by far. So I'm definitely seeing this fight going straight to Huni right now if that's how the fight's playing out. Faster hands, better combinations, more consistent jabs. I mean, yeah, Huni for sure landed very well. And as for a feel-out round, it started to seem like he was able to measure him a little bit quicker and get his timing better, while Clarke's still trying to measure up, trying to get Huni's timing to counter, and just cannot get it yet. So I agree with you. Huni definitely landed very well. I mean, he had great jabs, good combinations to the body, and even landed some good shots to the head with a good right. So I like the mix-up where he goes low and high. So good job from Huni. And those punches will add up, the body shots for sure against these big guys. So, all right. We're going to round 2 right now. And it sounds like, based off commentary, both these guys have been sparring partners at one point. So they're very familiar with each other. Huni looks like one of the Easter Island statues. What does that even look like? I have to Google that after this round. But Huni definitely looks busier. Landed a good jab to the body on Clarke. Clarke's still trying to get his rhythm and timing, while Huni is just beating him to the punch. They clinch. Referee comes and breaks them up right now. They're both in the middle of the ring. Still trying to have a mid-range boxing match as Huni lands a good left hook to the body and follows up with a jab on Clarke. Clarke did not seem like he liked that body shot very well. They clinch again. Referees tell them to break. They separate. Back in the middle of the ring. Very clean fight as Clarke landed a good left hook on Huni. Probably Clarke's best punch of the fight so far. And then right there, Huni lands with a good left hook. Catches Clarke stepping back. Clarke is still not able to kind of get his punches together. As I say that, lands a good jab and a right and maybe even a left hook to the body. Puts a good combination on Huni. Good jab from Huni. Huni lands a good left hook to the body against Clarke. Another left hook to the body on Clarke. Huni is definitely trying to tire out Clarke the later this fight goes on. Another left hook to the body by Huni. A lot of Clarke needs to figure out how to stop that left hook to the body on his right side. He's getting tagged up a lot. A good stab jab to the body from Huni. Clarke tries to follow up with a right hook and misses. They're both fainting right now, trying to get each other to open up. And then Huni goes back to the body, lands a good right hook to the body on Clarke. I think Clarke attempted to make a right hook. Couldn't see if it landed or not. Both these guys right now still in the middle of the ring. A good jab from Clarke. Huni still looks like the more active and the busier fighter. Huni's activity alone is and all the punches that he's landed is definitely for sure going to win this round unless something happens. Not saying Clarke is having a horrible round, but he's just not landing as much as he lands a good 1-2 combination on Huni. But Huni follows with a good right. Huni just being the more active, explosive, busier fighter, letting his hands go, is going to be the reason why I see him winning the first and the second round as well. Still early, heavyweight fight. Anything can happen. All it takes is one punch. Right now, Huni seems like he's in control of the fight. So I'm getting ready to go into the third round. But I'm seeing a lot of people look at this co-main event, Regis and Conor Benn, as a potential upset. I know that Conor is being positioned to have, a breakout performance on a stage like this. But a lot of people looking at Regis Prograis as a person who may potentially be able to upset Conor Benn's technically Zuffa debut, right? Because he's a Zuffa athlete. Signed, I think, $15 million or something. So this will be Zuffa's athlete, Conor Benn, trying to put that money to good use on a card like this. Huni's punch placement selection is better, it seems. Yeah, I agree, 100%. I mean, he's just busy. I mean, he's landing those body shots at will. I mean, he just came out landing a good left hook to the body of the third round. A good jab to the body from Huni. And they also give a little bit of ringside stuff. Anthony Joshua's ringside, so I mean, obviously, he's there to scout out Tyson Fury, possibly. Clarke lands a good right on Huni as they clinch and tie up. The referee breaks him up. I'm rooting for Regis, but I think Conor got this. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, I think they're not going to spend all that money in the matchmaking thinking that Conor's going to lose, right? So, but it is definitely going to be one of his step-up fights. He is moving down in weight, so we'll see how that works out. Clarke landed a good left hook to the body. They're both landing good body shots now. They're exchanging. Clarke's starting to get a little bit busier now and having a little bit more success. He's getting out of range of Huni's jab, and they clinch and tie up. He's working to the body, throws a couple good right hooks in the clinch, lands on Huni. The referee breaks them up. They clinch. Huni lands a good little sneaky right uppercut on Clarke, and they're starting to let their hands go again, and Huni lands another right uppercut while Clarke is landing some good rights to the body. Ref comes and breaks them up in the clinch. A little bit of inside clinch boxing going on, and Clarke lands a good right on top of Huni's head. They clinch again. Huni lands a right in the clinch. Referee kind of looked like he kind of gave him a little eye, like kind of, hey, keep it clean. But Clarke is starting to dig to the body now and landed on Huni. A good right to the body. A lot of clinching. A lot of work inside the clinch. The referee breaks them up. Clarke is starting to take a lot more chances and starting to let his hands go a little bit more and become a little bit busier. Huni lands a good little right. Oh, Huni, sneaky lead left hook. Trying to sneak on Clarke. Clarke is starting to put a little bit of aggression on Huni. Good jab from Clarke. But Huni landed a right hand that followed up. They're starting to let their hands go a little bit more. Huni landed a good body shot. Clarke's still looking to be the aggressor a little bit. Good lead hook from Huni landed on Clarke. Clarke's still trying to get into the distance to make Huni a little uncomfortable. Good lead uppercut from Huni landed on Clarke. Huni is starting to get a little bit creative in his offense, trying to make it a little bit difficult for Clarke to enter in as he lands a good left hook to the body on Clarke. His creativity is starting to set himself apart, which was a very competitive round. They're starting to exchange a little bit, both landing good shots on each other. All right. I wonder if this pace, even though Huni is throwing a lot of body shots to slow down Clarke, is going to be something that's going to be difficult going into the later rounds, because it seems like Clarke is starting to let his hands go a little bit more. He's starting to get a little bit busier, taking a little bit more chances. Not saying that Huni is uncomfortable, but you don't see him as in control as he looked in the first two rounds. Just simply looking faster and outgunning his opponent. So Clarke is starting to take some more chances and be a little bit more aggressive. So, I mean, I probably still would favor that round to Huni, but that was a lot more competitive round. That was probably the most competitive round out of the three rounds that we saw. And as of right now, they're showing that Regis and Conor has arrived in the building. All right. Getting closer and closer to the next fight. All right, Huni being active. Beginning of the round. Both posturing and feint as Clarke lands a good jab on Huni. Oh, I didn't even start the round. My bad. Right now, I probably would say Huni's winning the first three rounds, but Clarke is starting to take more chances. Did a double jab. Huni's starting to let his hands go. They both clinch and tie up. Clarke lands a little sneaky right on Huni in the clinch. Good left hook by Huni landed on Clarke. That lead left hook is starting to become the go-to weapon for Huni, landing at will against Clarke, either from the body or head. Good right landed on Huni from Clarke as Clarke pushes him back on the ropes, lands another right. Huni lands a good left hook to the body. As they clinch and tie up, Clarke is pushing Huni up on the ropes in the corner. Huni turns Clarke, pushes him off. Now they're back in mid-range in the middle of the ring. Clarke is starting to let his hands go a little bit more. Lands a right in the clinch. Tries to throw a sneaky left. Huni blocked it. They're still clinched. Huni pushes Clarke off him. Oh, and a good right uppercut from Clarke lands on Huni. Oh, and a good left hook from Huni, and they're starting to exchange. Clarke lands a good sneaky right uppercut on Huni as they clinch. Ref breaks them, separates them. Yeah, it was a nice uppercut from Clarke. He's starting to get a little bit more comfortable in the clinch. The rounds are starting to become a little bit more competitive. Ooh, a good right from Clarke. Might have buckled Huni. Huni's clinching. This is definitely a Clarke round if there is one to give. And he lands another right. Pushes Huni against the ropes. Huni definitely is hurt in survival mode. Back in the corner trying to fight his way out. But Clarke recognizes Huni is hurt and starting to let his hands go. Lands a good right. Left hook to the body. Huni's trying to fire off the ropes. Yo, he definitely hurt Huni. 100%. Huni, like I was mentioning earlier, starting to look like he may potentially be in a fight where he may fade, not simply because of the fact that he's not doing great body work and he's not landing great shots. It just seems like Clarke is able to walk through those shots, look ineffective, and starting to put a little bit more aggression. And the pacing either is starting to catch up to Huni, or Huni might potentially burnt himself out from throwing all those punches in the early rounds. So we definitely can say if anyone has been stunned so far, it has been Huni at the end of that fourth round. So without a doubt, that is easily Clarke's most dominant round as he lands a good sneaky left hook on the top of his head, buckling Huni and putting him to survival mode in the last few seconds of the round. So that obviously is a huge confident boost for Clarke, knowing that the momentum is starting to favor in his way, knowing that he can hurt him. Huni landed a good right hook on Clarke, but Clarke still putting slight pressure, seeming unfazed by the punches landed by Huni. Definitely a big confident booster from Clarke as Clarke lands a good right and immediately sends Huni into clinching. They clinch. Clarke definitely is being patient, not getting sloppy with his shots. Huni doesn't seem like a marathon runner. Am I right about that? Yeah, I mean, we kind of, I at least saw it. Landed a good right. Clarke landed a good right on Huni. Yeah, you kind of see him kind of huffing and puffing a little bit. You can see his discomfort started to be there at the end of the second round. Slightly, you can kind of see it. But I mean, dude, Clarke seems like he's handling these shots very well. I mean, those body shots that he was eating seemed to not phase him at all. And Huni was landing great shots as he digs another right hook to the body. Left, right. I mean, Clarke just seems to be just taking these shots extremely well. Huni landed another clean, flush right hook on Clarke as his back is on the ropes. Unfazed, though, Clarke still putting calculated pressure. Gets out of the way of that lead left hook and that jab from Huni. Clarke is starting to get the range, the timing of Huni a little bit better. He landed a good jab on Huni of himself. Huni not having as much pep in his step. Looking a little more tired. Face is getting a little more red. Walking versus light on his feet. Back onto the ropes. Huni threw a very lazy jab. Attempted to throw a right. Clarke gets out of the way. Between the two, Clarke looks like the fresher fighter. Clarke's conditioning looks very good so far as he eats a left and a right from Huni to the body. What up, Phil? What's going on, man? How's your day, man? What you got on the co-main and main event today? Who you got? Any upset? Good left hook to the body. Landed from Huni on Clarke. Huni starting to get busy. Letting his hands go. Right and left and right. Landing on Clarke. Sneaky right uppercut. Good 3-4 punches landing on Clarke. But Clarke just does not seem phased. Yeah, AJ and Eddie there. Eddie's being there. Good right hook to the body from Huni. Seeing the fact that Conor Benn used to be Eddie's fighter. So, good lead left hook from Clarke. But maybe a potentially low blow shot from Huni. Being warned. Keep his punches higher. Going to Clarke. Asking if he's good. The body shot seemed a little low. Referee talks to Clarke. Clarke says he's good. They resume fighting. Huni going back to that lead left hook to the body. And Clarke lands a good jab. But Huni fires a good straight jab that lands on Clarke. Another good round. Seeing that the momentum, even though it seems as favoring Clarke, Huni's still there throwing a lot of punches. And Clarke, even though he hurt him, still has to win these rounds very decisively, seeing the fact that Huni's activity might put him in a good spot. He is hanging in there, which is, that could potentially been a Huni's round as well, even though he got hurt in that last round. So, but what's going on, Phil? How's your day, man? Let me see. I got a missed call. Hold on, give me 1 second. Hey, Hen, I could totally take fair criticism, but at the end of the day, if you feel like I'm doing a terrible job, feel free to give fair criticism with a little bit of fair constructive criticism. All right. I'm well, brother. I'm stoked for Regis and Benn. Yeah, that's the fight that seems like everyone's the most interested in. 100%. Are you thinking Regis can pull the upset? All right. Let me make sure. All right, cool. Good jab from Clarke. Clarke's still putting a lot of pressure on Huni. That last round could have been either or. This fight could easily be 2-2 or 3-1, depending how you see it. But the momentum's definitely favoring Clarke. Huni's still fighting strong, throwing a lot of combinations, making sure that Clarke is working to get inside. But as in right now, we're in the 6th round. Clarke hurt Huni earlier, and Huni's still firing away, throwing a lot of punches. They clinch and tie up. And the ref right now breaks them up. Oh, good right hook to the body, and he follows it with a left hook landed on Clarke from Huni. Huni's getting busy throwing left and right hooks to the body. I mean, regardless of whatever happened in that 3rd round, Huni's getting busy throwing left hooks to the body. Just beating Clarke up with that left hook. But Clarke just eating it very well. What, Mr. Quake? AJ's there. You know why he's there. You know exactly why he's there. Huni just still throwing punches. And Clarke can't just be walking in and just taking free shots. Because regardless of whatever happened in that 3rd round, Huni's still being busy, letting his hands go. Clarke has not had any legitimate real moments in this round, making this a very easy round to score for Huni. Huni lands a good left hook to the body. Clarke's still trying to put a lot of pressure on him. But as in right now, Huni's fighting throwing a left hook, landing on Clarke. And Clarke's still missing, just still trying to put that pressure to break down Huni psychologically. But Huni's not affected. He's still letting his hands go. They clinch and tie up again. All right. Clarke's still trying to put pressure. Lands a good sneaky left hook on Huni. And a right may have buzzed Huni slightly. Clarke lands a good left hook to the body as they clinch and tie up. Clarke landed a good little uppercut. Clarke is starting to tee off. Huni needs to get off the ropes. This is not where Huni needs to be. Huni's fighting his way out of the corner, and that's the end of the round. Phil says, I can't decide. I just want to watch it. Yeah, I mean, dude, I think personally, I think Regis has a great opportunity, but he has to be able to slow the pace and counter the entry. And when he's coming in, control the distance, maybe even work the body a little bit. My only concern, though, is seeing Regis getting hurt by the smaller man, Jojo Diaz, has kind of put a lot of concerns into my breakdown on how I see this fight potentially going. So, you know, Regis has been in a lot of wars and a lot of fights, and I mean, not saying that Conor hasn't either, but it's going to be a very interesting fight, and definitely it's the fight that everyone's looking forward to the most. Yeah, Huni has him on points. I agree. If anything, Huni's probably the one that's winning this fight for sure. Yeah, Ronnie Wood from the Rolling Stones. Yeah, I mean, you know, they trying to do it big, right? It's Netflix, right? They're trying to bring out all the stars. All right, Huni starting the beginning. Very active. Oh, shit. Did I just accidentally refresh my Netflix? I did. Okay, sorry. There you go. Clarke firing a good right hook, landing on top of Huni. You know, the person that seems like they're taking the more devastating shots, as in like the one that looks like is being affected, is clearly Huni. Huni's the one that looks like he's hurt, right, throughout the fight. But at the end of the day, Huni's showing great heart. He's letting his hands go. And it definitely seems like Huni is fighting with more will and more heart, which is making this fight extremely competitive and maybe even favoring Huni. You know, I think I favor Huni right now, but throughout this fight, you still get this sense of danger for Huni at any moment. Good right hook landed from Huni. And the referee separates them because of a mouthpiece being dropped. It looks like Huni's mouthpiece fell out. All right, cool. Ref has them back in the middle of the ring. Good lead left hook from each other. Clarke lands a good left hook on Huni. And they're exchanging right now. Exchanging hooks. Man, good right from Huni landed on Clarke. And Clarke eats another left. It definitely seems like at this point, oh, good right from Huni. And a left hook to the body. I mean, dude, if Huni was like 30% more stronger than he is now, these shots would be very serious. But Clarke just showing a great chin, ineffective, as he comes up and throws a good left hook to the body on Huni. The more and more this fight goes on, the story is Huni's the one that's getting hit with the more painful shots, it seems like, or is being affected by the shots a little bit more. But at the same time, he's the one that's firing, the one that's throwing the hands, landing more consistently, letting off combinations. And just at this point, I just favor Huni right now. But there is a lot of competitive moments in these exchanges where you can see it kind of going either or. Just like Reese said, they seem evenly matched, right? I mean, Clarke seems to land the more telling shots, but Huni is the one that's just being busy and active. So, and Clarke is being the aggressive fighter, pushing Huni on the ropes, forcing him to fight. Darson Joshua Clottey, a great fighter. You know, he's been in a lot of great fights. You know, he was able to be in there with the legendary Manny Pacquiao. He had some upset wins. I mean, Joshua Clottey definitely is one of those fighters that at the end of the day may not be brought up very often, but when he is, people are going to remember him in his fights that he's had, you know, the upsets. So, and just his defense, where he just arguably had like a winky right style, where it's just almost like a high guard, where it's just, you couldn't break, right? Like Manny Pacquiao trying to penetrate the high guard, he just couldn't do it. So, but Joshua Clottey's, you know, resume, I mean, he's been in there with a lot of people. I think his career ended by a stoppage loss or somewhere near. I think Gabe Rosado took him out. But other than that, you know, his win against Zab Judah was surprising. A lot of people didn't expect that. So, but yeah, props to Joshua Clottey. You know, he fought Antonio Margarito. He fought Miguel Cotto. I I mean, he's been in the ring with a lot of great people. Diego Corrales, I think he has a win against Diego Corrales at the end of Corrales' career. So that's what helped separate him. And he was able to become a world champion. So, all right, round 8 in a very competitive fight. After this, we got one more fight before the co-main event. So, all right, good jab. All right. Huni's still trying to be busy. And they exchange hooks right now. I think Huni's activity alone is going to make this very difficult for Clarke if Clarke does not land anything significant like he did in the 3rd round. You know, Clarke lands a couple good shots here and there, but Huni's just landing more consistently. And as a judge, seeing the smaller guy right now pushing the bigger guy back on the ropes and digging to the body, it's going to be very hard to convince them otherwise that Huni is not in control of the fight. And a good step back right, landing on Clarke. Might have maybe buzzed Clarke. Clarke might look hurt. He's starting to initiate a clinch as he eats like a 3-piece combination. Clarke maybe wearing a good poker face. Took some punishment right there. Clarke is starting to look slow. Looking telegraphing his shots a little bit. Yeah, Huni might have stamina. Like he's just working for it. Like at the end of the day, his work rate is high and he wants it more. I think Dre said on the commentary, they clinch and Clarke lands a good right hook in the body. Man, Huni is just a tough guy, man. He's showing great durability, handling good shots very well, staying active. You know, Clarke's starting to let his hands go a little bit, but Huni pushes Clarke in the 8th round, pushes him on the ropes, starting to dig him into the body, starting to try to bully the bully a little bit. Once again, if you're a judge, how do you score this? I'm looking at the guy who's active, better countering, like he just landed with a good left hook, throwing a good left hook to the body. I think Clarke is actually the one that's starting to fade. This is probably where all those body shots are now officially affecting Clarke and starting to add his dividends. Clarke is now, his output is very low. He's walking into shots and might have gotten hurt for the first time in this fight as Huni's starting to land some good visible shots to the body, turning Clarke. Starting to turn Clarke a little bit. Clarke's starting to look a little frustrated, looking confused, missing his shots, input down. Huni might have had a second win. Whole demeanor's changed. Huni definitely won that round. At this point, Clarke definitely needs a knockout, in my personal opinion. I think I've given majority of the rounds to Huni. Yep. I think Huni's the one for sure in control. And I think at the end of the day, Clarke is going to have to really land something significant and get a knockdown or two to really turn this fight around. All right, round 9. All right. 2 more rounds before we get to the Riakporhe fight and then the Conor Benn and Regis Prograis fight. All right. Clarke is starting to let his hands go a little bit now, realizing that these last 2 rounds, he needs them. Closing rounds. David Haye on Netflix has this dead even right now, 4-4 apiece. But Huni's starting to dig to the body a little bit. Clarke's starting to get a little bit more active, adding more urgency in this 9th round, Maybe being told that Huni's outworking him, pushing him. Maybe that was a restaurant in the 8th. But regardless, they are exchanging, throwing heavy punches. Clarke's starting to take more chances. They're in the clinch. Ref comes in and breaks them up. But he's one-dimensional, unlike Manny. Yeah. I mean, you know, Cloudy had a great defense, but he's been beaten many times. Yeah, he is. They have talented and powerful punchers. But right now, Huni landed a great right on Clarke's jaw as they clinch and tie up. Very telling shot. Clarke just getting hit by these eye-catching shots. It's going to make these rounds in favor of Huni. Right now, Huni still showing a lot of grit. Starting to exchange a little bit. Huni landed a good left hook and a right uppercut. Clarke is starting to land a couple shots back himself to retaliate. Got Huni back on the ropes. Clarke lands a good right hook to the body and they clinch. Hey, Hen, you can get that. Just get out of here, brother. Like, if all you're going to do is cry, then you can get out of here. I could care less. You know? So, if you're going to sit here and cry, then be my guest, man. I bring this topic since I saw your O2 video in 2010 about Manny and Cloudy as a kid. You have to pull that video out. I don't recall which video that is. All right, good jab from Huni. Good left hook to the body from Huni, but Clarke landed a great lead left hook to the body by Huni. Oh! Good exchange between the two. And Huni landed a good no-look left hook on Clarke as he comes in. Lands a sneaky right in the clinch. Going with the yank. Going with Regis. Okay. All right, end of the 9th round, man. Yeah, I think Huni's pulling this fight away, you know? I mean, there's a couple of swing rounds. Like, I think you could see the rounds here and there between maybe the 4th and maybe, like, I can't remember, it was the 7th or so. But as in right now, though, there's so many highlight shots from Huni. Him being active and just busy. I just like him a little bit more when it comes to this fight. So I feel like Huni had a little bit more moments in this fight so far. So, all right, we're going to be in the last round. We're in the 10th and final round. 3 minutes left. We're going to see if Clarke is going to be able to turn it up. There's no crying in boxing. Some crying in the chat, man. All right, Huni starting to let his hands go a little bit. I don't know if Clarke's game plan is trying to let Huni tire himself out, but it does not look like it at all. So Clarke's going to, man, a good leaping right, landed flush on Clarke. David Haye has this fight 86-80. How do you have a going in the 10th round 80? He gave the last round a 10-10. Okay. I hate 10-10 rounds. Huni's definitely outworking Clarke. It's a very competitive fight, but I just like Huni lands a good left and a right. Catches Clarke coming in. I don't know why Clarke is not stepping on the gas a little bit more. I mean, he needs to let his hands a little bit more. He's letting Huni kind of walk away with this, in my personal opinion. They both exchange hooks. It's a very important fight for both. Clarke cannot afford to lose this fight. They both clinch and tie up. Not a lot of action going on. Referee finally comes and breaks them up. Clarke's still putting pressure. Huni's on his back foot. USA and Cuba are number 1 and number 2. Puerto Rico, Cuba, Mexico are the best boxers ever. Good hooks to the body from Clarke. Clarke starting to dig into the body a little bit more, trying to tire Huni out. Clarke starting to dig to the body a little bit more and more. Huni still in the game, letting his hands go, seeing who's going to be the better closer. Clarke is starting to try to really turn this last 30 seconds into a phone booth fight, but Huni's not letting it happen. And Huni right now is making a miss, but Clarke's still trying to dig in those last few seconds to see if he can land a home run. But Huni's still fighting his way off the ropes. Very important. Last few seconds. All right. I think that fight right there was very fun, but I think Huni won that fight pretty clear. Probably won it by like three rounds or 4. I mean, I honestly think that Clarke had a great moment in the third, but outside of it, Huni was the more busier, active. His shots were more telling. He threw combinations. He had more highlights. I mean, at this point, I just really needed to see Clarke go for it a little bit more. But Eastern European fighters are very disciplined. I agree. I mean, look, there's great fighters in every ethnicity and every race, personally, right? I mean, I think the talent pool, without a doubt, I think America has the most champions for obvious reasons, right? I think we have a huge amount of talent, a lot of foundation in the United States, and I think that has created kind of a formula why America has. And plus, there's so many different styles in America. It gives the versatility is there, right? You know, I think Mexico, I think, has the second most. I think as a culture, they produce the second most amount of world champions just because the fact that it's ingrained, right? I don't think possibly there's anything bigger in Mexico outside of maybe soccer, right? So at that point, I think boxing as a whole has been instilled with them since Chavez, De La Hoya. Oh, I mean, I know De La Hoya is a Mexican American, but I mean from generations beyond that, Salvador Sanchez to, I mean, the hundreds and hundreds of forgotten Mexican champions that exist every year. It feels like there's always probably 20 that's produced every year. Can't ignore that. So, yeah, I definitely lean Huni for sure. Yeah, Sanchez for sure was ahead of his time. I mean, a lot of fighters, even modern times, still watch Sanchez and imitate some of his elusive defense, his creative offense. So, could have arguably been the GOAT if it was given more opportunity. You know, rest in peace. So, but what he was able to do in that short period of time was almost like in hip hop, Biggie Smalls, right? Short body of work, but heavily appreciated. Yeah, Azuma Nelson for sure. Joshua Clottey are definitely legends. So a judge has it 95-95. And the other two judges have it 96-94. Majority decision goes to. Yeah, Justice Huni definitely deserved the win. Yeah, they gave it to the right person. I do feel like the scorecards was a little closer than I would have liked it, but like I said, there was a couple swing rounds, and so that alone, I think, when I said Huni could have been up by 3 or 4 rounds potentially. I mean, if it was 3 and there was 2 swing rounds that I said, then he technically would have won by 1, right? So the right person won without a doubt. The scorecards could be debated, but I think, let alone as long as they get the right guy. I didn't agree with the draw because obviously I didn't see Clarke winning. So, but yeah, I couldn't see that as a draw. I mean, that activity alone was hard to ignore. And Clarke's had moments, but it's a 3-minute round, right? You got to have more than just one moment here or there outside of that time we really hurt him. But still, Huni wanted it more. He's throwing bigger punches. I mean, throughout the whole entire fight. Yeah, Sanchez beat Zuma twice. Yeah, in those legendary fights. Did they fight twice? I think they fought twice. I can't remember actually. No. Easter Island face one. What is this Easter Island that you speak of, Reese? Oh, chill out, bro. I just saw. Stupid, man. All right. Cool. So just letting everybody know, we just got done with the Clarke and Huni fight. I'm going to show you guys what's left. We got the Riakporhe fight coming up right here. Then after that, Regis and Prograis. And then after that, obviously Tyson Fury. My bad. I clicked. Tyson Fury versus Makhmudov. So 3 more fights. Got 3 fights left. Technically 1 more before the co-main, which is starting to become the main event in a lot of people's eyes. So they fought once. Yeah, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember a second Azuma and Salvador fight. I remember Salvador Sanchez lost. I mean, Azuma Nelson lost a couple of times, but he only lost to legitimate, talented, world-class fighters. You know, at the end of his career, Gennaro Hernandez, Jesse James Leija. I think you might think of Jesse James Leija because they fought like 3 times. He lost to Pernell Whitaker. I remember he went out and they fought in Caesar's Palace, which was not actually a pretty exciting fight to watch. Trying to think what else. So, but let me keep this up real quick for people coming in. Is the fight worth watching? Which fight? You're talking about, is the co-main event, the main event worth watching? Let me know, ATX. What's going on? How's your Saturday? Huni looks like one of the Easter Island head statues, similar profile. I see it, man. Remember a box anime called Tomorrow Joe? That might be Sanchez's inspiration. What's it called? Tomorrow Joe? I don't think I've seen that. Oh, I've seen it, but I haven't actually watched it. I haven't actually watched it. It could be. It could be. I have to watch it before I can speak on it. Did Huni or Clarke win? Huni won the fight, and I thought he actually won the fight. I thought he was the busier fighter. He was more active. I think Clarke waited a little too late to let his hands go. And even then, when the fight got towards the end, Huni seemed like he had a second wind and just started to put his punches together. And Huni did get rocked, and he did get hurt in the 3rd round. But he survived it, made it out of the 3rd round, and then at that point, just started to just show a lot of heart and grit. And Clarke just, I'm not saying that he didn't want to be there, but seeing how busy Huni was, it just gave this impression that Clarke, at least from Andre Ward from the commentary, and I agree, just wasn't going for broke, especially in the later rounds. I think at the 10th round he started to add urgency into his fighting style, but Huni was just out punching him, out landing him, out working him. Not saying anything really hurt Clarke. I think there was a moment in time Huni actually landed a good combination that might have buzzed them around maybe like the 7th or 8th round, somewhere around there. But other than that, his activity was just constantly just always throwing punches, not taking breaks. And even when he was on the back foot at times, he would fight his way out off the ropes and even push Clarke later in the rounds, showing that he was still fresh, right? So a lot of that stuff judges do look at. So let me change the names on the screen real quick. Because we're going to get into, I don't even lie, I don't even know how to say Teshavikiva. I'm gonna say Jimmy. I'm gonna say Jimmy versus Richard. I'm just gonna make my life easier. I'm not gonna be repeating the last names of these two. I know it's Riakporhe, but still, Jimmy and Richard just sounds so much easier to say. All right, cool. Alex Pereira's Easter Island. I could see that. All right, so Richard right now is in the ring. They're both in the ring. They're starting to do their ring announcement and their name calls. Then after this fight, we'll be going straight to the co-main event. All right, let me get some statistics up. Let me get some stuff going on. Very, honestly, for a Netflix event, this definitely seems extremely underwhelming a little bit. I mean, it's probably because I'm in the States, right? And a lot of these fights don't really resonate over here. And I think Tyson Fury coming back fighting Akhmedov I mean, it doesn't really scream exciting, or Makhmudov. So, just seems like a regular chill fight day, so. But I know probably in the UK this is probably a big deal, but I don't think no one was surprised that Fury came back, right? So I think it's going to be interesting because I haven't really seen this guy Jimmy before, right? I'm going to look at his resume. I know that he's fought David Adelaide. I think that's about it. I think he also beat Fraser Clarke. But other than that, yeah, I think I might have seen him a couple of times, actually. I'm looking at his box rec. So, but right now, I don't think he has anything that right now, signature-wise, screams out like, I think this guy should be the favorite. But, I don't know. We'll see. I know that Richard Riakporhe, I know he had that ugly fight with Chris Billam-Smith, right? I think a lot of people thought that he was probably going to wipe the floor with him. But at that point, Christian Billam-Smith showed a lot of grit and gave him his first loss. So I got Mark for the upset. I got Prograis for the upset. Damn. So you're going for both upsets. Why the Fury upset? I can see the Regis one. I understand why people have that one. The Estrada fight already happened. I guess I'm talking about the card, Raphael. This is a great day of boxing when you talk. Estrada already fought. He already fought Tension. That fight already happened. I mean, listen, I guess what I'm saying is, like, this doesn't seem like a major Netflix event. Like, I'm not saying, like, as a boxing fan, like, this doesn't scream out, like, good entertainment. There was a lot of good knockouts today, right? And I know that there's going to be another card going on today. I think Brandon Adams was supposed to be on it, but he was sick. But, a lot of hardcore stuff, right? Nothing, Dylan Capetillo is making his debut. Julian Montalvo is going to make his American debut. So, it's a lot of sneaky fights on tonight, but this doesn't scream like mega Netflix event. That's all I was kind of saying, right? Like, think of all the Netflix stuff, right? Like, it felt like an event. Joshua knocking out Jake Paul, Crawford versus Canelo, Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor. It just seemed a lot more buzz was around certain fights, but could be wrong. All right. Who else fights tonight? Oh shit! Both these guys. You know, my bad. I should be calling this, right? I'm not even calling this first round. They both tumbled and tripped up and fell on the ground. So there was a takedown between the two. Not a lot of action going on. I hope this is not a long, boring fight. Riakporhe has known to have a lot of clinches. A lot of... Wait till they fill the arena, then it will feel really like an event. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait, right? I mean, it's starting to fill up a little bit. Regis and Conor Benn will be coming up next, so I'm assuming everyone will be racing to the seats, at least hopefully by then. I mean, we got probably, another hour or so for that. Good stab jab from Jimmy. Both these guys are tying up. Riakporhe's throwing some serious hooks. Misses. Yeah, I know. No worries. No. I mean, look. I think Riakporhe might be able to land some serious shots as he lands a good right. So hopefully he can end this early. They clinch and tie up. And Riakporhe is looking a little bit sharper and a little bit faster right now. Jimmy right now clinching, tying up. A good jab right now from Riakporhe. And Jimmy doing a lot of clinching right now with his head down. Let me reset this clock. Riakporhe barely misses with a vicious right. I feel like this right hand's going to land clean and flush on him. But yeah, I'm trying to think what other fights are happening tonight. Can't really think right now. How big is the Furies like as a Netflix show? Like, anyone in the UK in here that can let me know, like, is that at the home with the Fury stuff? Is that really big? Because they have like almost like a Kim Kardashian reality show over there. I know Tommy Fury kind of built a big career over there from that type of stuff. Oh my God, this is a 12-round fight. All right, cool. Let me add a couple rounds. There we go. Rewind a round. We're in the second round. Let me add a minute. There we go. Cool. Perfect. Both clinch right now. Riakporhe is pushing Jimmy back on the ropes. Seems like Jimmy's nose is bleeding a little bit. I don't know what caused it. Good jab from Riakporhe. Another good jab from Riakporhe. Good right hand lands right on top of Jimmy's head from Riakporhe. The sharper fighter between you two definitely seems like it's Riakporhe. He has the long, extended length that's making it very difficult for Jimmy to get in. Eating a lot of jabs. Some of the blood is smeared on top of Jimmy's head. Riakporhe follows up with a jab and they clinch up again. Getting a little reminiscent of the first fight we were talking about. A lot of clinching going on. All right, that's how they say his name, Skiva. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even know how to say Skiva. I don't know what's going on right now. The referee is pulling them together. I don't know if he's warning them for just being a little too ridiculous. All right, Skiva getting a little busier now. Going to the bite of Riakporhe. What up, Mr. Grandy? Riakporhe is like a Timu Deontay Wilder. Chill. Would you say that he throws wild hooks? I don't know. I mean, it seems like he's a little more tighter when he lands his shots than Wilder, but his shots don't seem as devastating as Wilder, clearly. He uses his jab a little bit more than Wilder, but Timu Deontay Wilder is crazy. But right now, Riakporhe is seemingly to be in control, landing the better jabs. Lands a good right over here and there. Oh! Riakporhe eats a good left from Shive. It seemed like he just grazed them. But a lot of blood smearing all over Riakporhe from Jimmy. They're interviewing Tyson Fury right now in the locker room. They're saying he hasn't fought for, was it 16 months now? TKV, that's what I should just be saying, right? TKV. Yeah, he's leaking. You know, I don't want to be like one of those like guys that like be like, oh, I'm not really crazy about this fight. But this fight just doesn't scream out for me, right? I know that this is for the British, you know, British Commonwealth, right? Like the British heavyweight. But Riakporhe is like, has been in so much more significant fights than, you know, TKV. I just don't really see the appeal of this fight, you know? But maybe I'm just being, you know, negative. I feel like I'm just waiting for Riakporhe to just really separate himself, and I'm just kind of not having high expectations from this. So, I mean, Riakporhe is doing a great job using his distance, landing a good jab on TKV. But I would have to watch a little bit more TKV because, you know, TKV definitely has a good win on his resume. You know, he was able to beat Fraser Clarke, you know, the guy that we just saw have a good fight with Justin Huni. So, but after seeing Fraser Clarke and Huni, I mean, I can kind of see why. Yeah, Fury hasn't fought 16 months. Last fight was Usyk. Y'all, some people came here and they there's been a couple people that's feeling the upset against Fury. So Netflix say boxing. Oh, good right hand from Riakporhe. Lands right on TKV, flush and clean. I'm just waiting a matter of time, man. Don't make this fight go 12. And it looks like Arslanbek is in the ring walk, just kind of walking through. Getting ready to go back in the dressing room, just kind of looking a little bit at where he probably has to walk and go through. Not a lot going on right now in this round. TKV is really having a hard time trying to cut the distance and getting clean. Not getting a lot from TKV outside of just lunging in with his head down, trying to catch Riakporhe slipping, but that long reach and range is just making it a little difficult for him to get in safely. A lot of clinching going on. They clinch again. Clinching again. Ref comes in. Breaks him off again. Seems like the last fight that we were just talking about, but not as active and not as crazy. English refs do too much talking. That always the case for years, even when I was a kid. Yeah, I hear Dre talking about too. Like, it's just they insert themselves a little too much, right? I think the Deontay Wilder and Chisora fight was just a prime example of like, ref, get the hell out of the way, right? All that inserting, stopping the flow of action, creating weird moments, and arguably robbing moments, even like a potential stoppage on the way from Wilder. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think American judging is also pretty atrocious when people talk about judging. But when it comes to refs, I think whatever it is, if it's not, it doesn't have to be a British ref. It could just be a ref in the UK. It's just something about it. I don't know if they drink the water and they just become like the backup singer that needs to be seen, right? Yo, what up, Jay Lex? What's goody, man? What's going on, man? Just chilling. Just trying to get through this TKV Riakporhe fight so we can really get into what many people feel is the main event, right? The Regis Prograis Conor Benn fight. I think there's going to be a lot of punching, a lot of action going on. I got Fury by KO, levels to this. Yeah, I mean, we got to see if that ring rust is a thing. I favor Fury. I'm not really going crazy about the main event fight because, I mean, at one point, I was very interested in Makhmudov because he was getting these devastating knockouts, right? I think I watched him in person in Toledo, and he was knocking out this fighter that was trained by Glenn Johnson. But after getting mollywopped by Agate Cabrio, which is no shame in that, but then after that, getting completely outboxed to oblivion by, which is Tyson Fury's sparring partner, Guido Villanello, which, no disrespect, I think Guido has shown some good fights. I mean, from beating Makhmudov, had a competitive fight with Richard Torres, had a very competitive fight with F.A. Jabba. I mean, you name it. I don't think nothing negative about Guido, but Tyson Fury is a way more superior boxer than Guido. And so I just don't know what Makhmudov can do in this fight after being stopped twice now, right? So I do really see like this is an opportunity for Fury to just make a little statement, like I'm back. And then after that, ask for the Anthony Joshua fight. But yeah, I think the one I'm really interested in most is the Regis and Conor, which I still favor Conor. But Regis has the pedigree, and Riakporhe lands a good right hand on TKV. The wrestler has no ring generalship. His corner is telling him he's going to take over it. Not. Yeah, you're talking about TKV? Yeah, this fight's pretty rough to call. I mean, he's trying to land some sneaky rights, and he's trying to catch Riakporhe slipping, but it's not really an exciting fight. Riakporhe is just kind of picking him apart with the jab here and there, but unless he starts to step on the gas and take a little bit more chances and make it a little bit of an uglier fight, this is definitely a Riakporhe fight. Just throwing a punch and clinching every so is just really rough to watch. I got a feeling the refs taught to be that way. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Really hard to say. I just know that when they go over there, they just suck. Because they just don't get it. Like, let these dudes fight. And weird, awkward moments come through. They always make bad calls. TKV and Riakporhe clinch again. Nothing significant landed. Still mid-range. Using that jab. Riakporhe lands a good left and right hook to the body on TKV. TKV still having a hard time really cutting the distance as he eats a right hand from Riakporhe, that long range. TKV is posing to, he's posturing a lot. Just kind of just, like, I don't know how we say Raphael, like, he's trying to feint his way in, but then when he runs in, he like runs it with his head down and just clinches right away just to avoid any potential firing, which doesn't really help his case because he just eats a right hand right there. And when he just clinches in, it's ineffective. It doesn't really do much except for, in my personal opinion, just make it a very uneventful, ugly fight. And all I remember is these right hands from Riakporhe and TKV just running in, like you said, posturing and just jumping in and clinching. So very hard fight to call and watch. It's almost like Huni and Fraser Clarke, but times 10 worse. I'm definitely waiting for the Regis fight. I agree. Regis is on the screen. Very curious about that fight, man. You know, I have a lot of stuff to discuss when we get to that fight. You know, how the fight can play out, what it needs to be to favor the winner, how Regis can win that fight. I do have pretty much like a simple breakdown and keys to victory. So I do think the short left hooks is going to have to play a huge part. Check hooks specifically. I know Regis can be athletic. I mean, I don't know if he can do pull counters, but I'll be able to break that down in a few. You know, we got 12 rounds to get through of this TKV and Riakporhe fight. So for everyone that's racing home right now to see the Regis counter, you got plenty of time at the pace and how this fight's going. Regis said in the final presser he wasn't trying to sell the fight because of the pay he was getting. Probably wasn't that great. I mean, they spent all the money on Conor Benn. They gave him what, like $15 million as a Zuffa athlete or some crazy shit. So what up, Steve? What time does it start? Let me pull this up right now because this Riakporhe fight is pretty rough to get through. Oh, and after I said that, Riakporhe drops TKV with that signature, I believe, right hand. Caught him on the side of the head. And right now, we got about 1 minute and 42 seconds left. I think Riakporhe is going to get this guy finally out there with another right hand. He's clinching on for dear life. Come on, Riakporhe. Let's go. Let's get this fight over with. Yeah, I favor I got Conor right now winning the fight, but I like breaking that fight down. It's a little bit more interesting. But a lot of wrestling going on. TKV holding on for dear life. Gets thrown across the ring on the floor. Gets up. If Riakporhe can get him out, we can be moving on. I don't know if it's over yet, Raphael. He's still holding on for dear life. But yeah, I think Regis is at a very poor state right now in his career. Oh, man. TKV eats a right and another right and a left. Come on, ref. Eats another right. Come on, corner. Stop it. Eats a right. Eats a left. And what's the ref doing? Stop it. Stop it. All right. Looked like the ref hesitated on wanting to stop the fight. All right. It's officially over now. We could be done with that fight. Good right hand. Seemed like the punch that was going to be the problem from the start, and it was. He landed it, and he landed it consistently, dropping TKV, ending us out of the misery of watching that fight. But good stoppage from the ref. I know he hesitated and wanted to jump in the middle of action, but he did the right call. And Riakporhe is dancing. So he's the new British Commonwealth champion and on to bigger and better things. Yep, it is over. So cool, man. So we got done with that. Now we can get ready for Regis and Conor Benn. All right. So going to that comment, right? Let me go back to Minky, right? I'm favoring Conor Benn, right? I am very concerned. Well, actually, let me read your comment out loud so everyone sees it. Regis is washed and has punch resistance. That's going to be the key that I'm going to be focusing on. Conor will bully him, stop him with 6 rounds. I think Regis has been in a lot of battles, a lot of wars, right? And hell, let me switch this up so everyone knows that's coming in. We're going to be getting ready for that. Boom. Reset. Boom, 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 boom. We do Conor Benn, Regis Prograis. Let me put the comment on up. All right, so everyone's coming in. Conor Benn and Regis will be coming up next. So, with that, I do worry about Regis Prograis because the fact that in that Jojo Diaz fight, I didn't expect him to get hurt, let alone rocked and almost knocked out by, not saying little Jojo, right? I'm not trying to, it's not saying little Jojo as a little kid. I'm just saying little in comparison to the fact that Regis is a 140 pounder, right? What on earth is Jojo Diaz doing hurting this man, right? So I was a little concerned hearing about this Conor Benn fight being made, knowing that Conor Benn was fighting at 168 in the super middleweights and all that, right? Now, on the flip side, Conor coming down and shrinking down could be a potential concern, but I don't really think so, right? Yeah, Ref was struggling to get in there and breaking. Yeah, dude, that's dangerous there, because I get it. Maybe he's not trying to get hit, but you're letting this dude get mollywopped. So I don't know. I'm glad that fight's done. Why is Conor Benn fighting at 150 though? Didn't he boast that he can easily make 147? Yeah, I think there's a lot of contradiction on what Conor Benn is saying, and I think a lot of people is also trying to pull his coat on the fact that he had a rehydration clause with Conor Benn, right? So, regardless, he's the A side of this, right? So he just commands it. He's fighting at 150 because he can, and Regis accepted to agree to it. You know, I'm sure Regis probably wanted a rehydration or some sort of situation, but he couldn't get it, and he still accepted the fight, so it is what it is. I think it's a comfortable way of stepping down without completely draining himself. I know that there's footage of him making weight before the ceremonial, and he's saying, man, that made that weight easy. I could have made it 147 is what came out of his mouth. But I think the 150 is a good move for him. I think it's safer. A lot of people leading up to the week said that he looked drained, and obviously cutting all that weight is going to make him look skinny like a skeleton. So I think he probably had a healthy weight cut, but we'll see. Regis Prograis moving up in weight. He went on and here, let me pull up this footage. He actually bragged a little bit about his weight cut, kind of simply just talking about the fact that, man, I should have moved up from 140 a long time ago. So he seems very happy and comfortable moving up. Let me play that for you guys so that you guys can see it. But I am worried about his punch resistance. I think
it's Thursday, right? Guess what? My weigh-ins are tomorrow, right? And look what I'm eating the night before. Look, I think I just, weigh-ins tomorrow morning. Bro, I should have went out. I should have went so long. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how I fought at 140 for so long. I should have been went up. Either way. I've been eating. I'm just telling you. You see it right now. I've been doing this every night. I've been eating steak every night. Literally every night I've been eating steak. Man, I should have been wet up a long time ago. See how it wins.
Yeah, so Regis seems very comfortable, right? At least what he perceives to be his comfort, right? I can make this weight comfortable. I can eat steak every day. Man, I should have moved up, blah, blah, blah. But in disregards of all that, he's still fighting a big guy. You know, a guy that is going to probably outweigh him tonight. A guy that's comfortable and getting used to getting punched on a lot of people. And I know the steroid accusation has kind of been a topic that was heavily highlighted around the Chris Eubank fight, but you know, I really don't know how that plays a factor, like if he really was juicing or not, and if there is some sort of secrecy going on, right? Like, at the end of the day, all I'm saying is that I think Conor Benn should be the favorite. I think Conor Benn made the right decision fight at 150. I think this is a very dangerous fight for Regis moving up, even with all his experience. I do feel like he's been in a lot of wars, and Conor's definitely going to put a lot of pressure and really going to make this a very ugly fight. Yeah, the celebration by Riakporhe, the dancing. Benn by KO. I think, Aiden, I kind of favor that pick. I think I have Conor by KO in my mind, because seeing Jojo hurting him, it's hard for me to see Conor not hurting him, right? Conor's athletic. He jumps around. He's going to put a lot of pressure. So, but it might work in Regis' favor, right? And I'll explain in a second. Is it on the same channel the fight you was about? I'm watching on. It's on Netflix. So whatever that fight was on, Steve, so it's not going to be it's going to be on Netflix. So I don't know if you're watching on a different channel or not. Yo, what up? WN Regis is super washed. I mean, I definitely can say that he's at the very tail end of his career, right? I know that he's been doing book signings. I've been at a couple of Regis' book signings, and he's kind of spoke about wanting to try to become a champion one more time. But you also get the sense of 1 foot in, 1 foot out a little bit, all right? He's lost this fight against Josh Taylor, lost this fight with Devin Haney. You know, he had a very competitive fight with Jack Catterall and contemplated. Remember, guys, he spoke about retirement and then didn't do it. So you kind of wonder, like, is there a little bit more left in Regis, or is some of these paydays that he's getting hard to ignore? Regis' first time facing a big puncher like Benn. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very dangerous fight for Regis, without a doubt. Dude was eating steak. Yeah, which I've heard some nutritionist comments speaking there, right? They're like, oh, you know, he's going to be slow and sluggish. His food don't break down. I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist, but I do know that he's not going to have a terrible weight cut. But how is that weight going to affect him? Is he going to be sluggish the later the fight goes on? Does he know how to move with that weight? Will he be able to counter Conor comfortable? So, personally, do not see Conor Benn making 147. He looked like a zombie. The scales, trust me, Conor's not fighting at 147 after this. Yeah, I think 150 was a safe move, right? Slowly getting him down. And I just think at a certain point, I think he's in a position where he's just going to be making fights that make sense for his career. Because him being a Zuffa athlete and the whole goal wanting to be a world title and all that stuff, I mean, it's going to be very hard to facilitate that. So I know there's a one fight, you know, deal, but I just don't see it being one fight. Why would you spend all that money and not wanting to continue to work with Conor? So I got Benn 60-40. He do look weight drained, but I'm not counting Regis out at all. These people. Conor's pressure is too much. Big boys win. What are they wearing? They haven't entered the ring yet. I feel for Regis, though. It's hard to retire for something you love. Yeah, especially coming off a loss and it's not your fairy tale ending. You know, you want to go out on a high, and it sucks. So, you know, I think it's easy for us to see the decline of his career, but you know, at the end of the day, it's only him that's gonna know. So we're gonna have to watch and see in hindsight later on if we knew what we were talking about. Regis was talking big before Haney, but Regis really is talking big before this. Regis really wasn't talking big before the Benn fight. So I got Regis 40%, but Benn do look weight drained, but I got Benn. I think someone in a comment mentioned that he wasn't getting paid a lot of money, so he's not really trying to go out his way to sell the fight. I think he was also probably concentrating a little bit. So I don't know. There's two ways to really look at it. Conor would be solid at 160. Fighter 160 is dead. Those are some big guys, though. So I think strategically they're going to move Conor in the right way, especially after having those two big fights in the UK. I don't think right now moving him to 160 in any particular fight is smart because the fact that he's a big money maker in the UK. So, I mean, look how many people's talking about this fight purely because of Conor, right? And Tyson Fury's comeback is important, but I'm pretty sure almost everyone's in their seats now getting ready to watch the co-main. The fight's on Netflix. So if you got Netflix, just turn it on. There was a rumor during this week that Regis was injured, but he couldn't afford to pull out. I heard some people saying Eddie Hearn was speaking about it, but Regis kept declining it. We have an interview with Regis, and he said, you know, that's all bogus. You know, I expect a fighter to say that anyways if he's injured. I don't see them speak on that. So we'll see what he says after the fight. But, yeah, they haven't entered the ring yet, so I don't know what their attire is. Regis basically fighting at his more natural weight. He didn't have to bulk up. That's what people don't realize. Yeah, but I'll say this. I'm not really a huge guy, right? And 150 for Regis, right? Me and Regis is almost about the same-ish kind of height. I'm trying to think. How tall? Let me double-check his height, right? Yeah, so I'm 5'8", he's 5'8", all right? So we're about the same size. I wouldn't really consider myself like a very big guy. So, and seeing Regis, and Regis is obviously always in shape. I'm never going to say Regis is fat when I see him. He's always been kind of good shape. He's never screamed out like, man, dude, you're massive for 140, right? I think he's been one of the smaller 140s if we think about it. Devin's been at 140. Ryan's been at 140. Mario Barnes has been at 140. Josh Taylor's been at 140. I mean, he's arguably a small 140 compared to those guys. So I think Regis is a small guy, and being around him and just, I'm not a giant myself, right? And so just thinking like, man, 150, what type of guys are at 150? Xander, Duran, Fedora, Earl, Tim Zhu. These are big guys. Like, those are really big guys. So 150, yeah, it's in between 150 and 147. All right, let me think of 147 pounders. Ryan, Devin, Brian Norman, Mario Barrios, Earl Spence, Duran was, dude. Regis is almost like in no man's land, right? Like he's small. He's a small guy. So I just don't really see him at a natural weight. I think his natural weight has been at 140. A fighter in his career making 140 for so long just kind of lets us know that he has been at his natural weight for a while. And skipping 147, which all those big guys we talked about, I mean, it's... So the co-main's coming on next. I want to see Yo-Yo easily beat Carlos Adames. Yeah. I mean, dude, Yo-Yo's a beast. I think Yo-Yo Hernandez has a lot of skills that can give a lot of guys problems at 154, 160. We just needed to see someone give him the opportunity. The Sheik is saying he might announce the biggest fight in English boxing history. It's probably going to be Joshua and Fury if Fury wins, right? I mean, that's the only sensible thing to make. That's going to be considered the biggest boxing fight in England. So, and I think that when that fight, or if that fight happens, I think that would be a humongous event. And I think this is what's going to kind of maybe set up a Netflix fight for that. So Regis is good at talking his way into a payday. He's food. Yeah, I've always heard this saying, Purple Rasta, that some fighters are good at winning and some fighters are good at losing. And because they're good at losing, not saying that they're a bad fighter, but they know how to, they lose at the right level, right? They lose at where their name and their resume is like, okay, this is a challenge, but they never get over that hump. But they always produce these type of performances or fights where it warrants them to come back. They never win them, but they always come in fights where you kind of go, oh, that's interesting. Such and such is fighting him. Such and such is fighting him, right? Like a Tevin Farmer, right? And Tevin Farmer is a world champion. So I won't discredit him when people say he's not a world-class fighter. He's a world champion, right? But when you think about the run he had, Raymond Muay Thai, competitive, loss. Zepeda, competitive, on paper, loss twice. Then you see the Tevin Farmer fight, you're thinking competitive, right? Gets knocked out, right? I see someone put Sean Porter, right? I think Sean Porter has beat that hump because he was able to get signature wins against like Danny Garcia, and I think he has like one more other signature win early in his career. But that's a great example, right? He's lost to Earl, he's lost to Crawford, you know, he lost to Kell Brook. He can't get over that hump. But I think the people he's facing are way more elite, right? Like Thurman in his prime, Crawford, right? In hindsight, Earl. So I think it's harder to say that about Porter because he's just fighting pound for pound fighters, right? And I do think that Tevin was robbed, you know, by one of them, right? But going back to that concept, I just think he's a good enough opponent where he was a world champion twice and can produce that kind of Sean Porter. But, you know, Regis isn't fighting pound for pound fighters like Sean Porter was. Regis is not fighting Terrence Crawford, Earl Spence. He's fighting Conor Benn at a bigger weight class that he's never competed at, right? I think Yo-Yo Hernandez is someone to watch out. He's definitely really good. And he definitely has that aggressive switch hitter. So, Payday, Canelo voice. What up, Marvelous? What's going on, my guy? How's everything going? He's basically alluded to getting hurt in camp a while back and that he's good to go and still a lingering issue. Yeah, I think everyone's kind of wanting to see how Regis even looks, right? I think we're all kind of curious, like, is he really hurt or is he just posturing, right? And because of that, Payday and Canelo voice, I mean, it would suck that he's coming in there, like, every fighter says they're injured, right? But he's, like, severely impaired, where, like, if we watch it and it's noticeable, then it's going to be devastating to watch, like, oh, bro, you just wasted our time. So hopefully it's not that. Look at the size of his head next to Conor Benn. Yeah. I think Regis is small. You think Regis is going to win? Well, I'll break down some key factors while they're getting ready to get in the ring. Tyson Fury with smoke, AJ. I think I would favor Tyson Fury. Regis don't blow up between fights, though. He's always in shape. Some fighters stay in shape. And that's always been Regis. Is that place freezing cold? It's always cold in the UK, it looks like. Being 6'1", it's hard to make 154. I can't believe Fedor makes it. He definitely makes it. Who do you favor? I'd probably favor Fury right now. I'll probably favor, but I have to see how Fury looks in this fight. Yeah, they're getting ready to come in the ring. They're doing their pre-hype video build up. Being a contender is different from being a world champion, though. I know, I agree, and I think that's what gives Regis a chance because he was a world champion twice. He has a lot of experience. So I got a couple keys to break down. Keys to victory in this fight, right? So I think for Regis to win, like, he's definitely going to have to control that mid-range. That's the sweet spot, right? And Regis is going to have to do his best work outside in the pocket. He needs to kind of keep Ben on the end of his punches. He's not typically known to be, like, a boxer, but we know that he's had problems chasing people. So when he fought Zorilla, I mean, he couldn't really cut off the ring. When he fought Devin, he kind of struggled there. But when a fighter comes to him and it's a little bit more action-packed, he does have better success in that type of fashion. So, but he has to be close enough to land, but also far enough not to get swarmed by Conor Benn, right? He needs to make sure he counters the entry when Ben rushes in aggressively. Prograis definitely needs to time him, right? I know everyone has the infamous Floyd Mayweather check hook. I'm going to bring it up in my head, but he's going to have to shorten those left hooks, maybe a check hook. If he's able to kind of pull back and get some counters off, he's going to have to make sure that he can get some good space and land clean shots with Conor's coming in, right? That's going to be a big problem for Conor if he gets caught like that. He needs to slow the pace down early. We know Ben thrives in chaos. So I think Prograis definitely should clinch, use some feints, use some of his little irky jerkiness to break the rhythm. Turn this into more of a thinking fight and not a firefight. And Regis, at times when he does get into firefights, he does have success, but he also doesn't, right? I think he's let Josh Taylor control him in mid-range, right? Maybe do some body work to try to drain Conor Benn, because remember, everyone's saying that Conor looks drained. So with him moving down in weight, hitting to the body, we might be able to see how drained he really is, right? So work the body, target, kind of sap some of that energy. We've seen Conor Benn tired in fights, and it never looks good. Chris Eubank, Pete Dobson, and just use that championship composure that, drag him into deeper waters. Because we've seen Regis still be able to maintain late round energy. So, but for Conor Benn, right? I'm going to read some of your guys' comments, and I'm going to explain the key victories to Conor Benn, who I'm favoring in this fight. Do you see Canelo becoming undisputed again? I think that Cuban fighter, Ulises Iglesias, I might be butchering his name. I'm saying that backwards. Regardless, the Cuban fighter just captured IBF. Monster. Nasty. The guy, an amateur, beat David Morrell, in the Cuban amateurs. So you're talking about a guy who's like the Arthur Beterbiev in Cuban boxing when Arthur beat Sergey Kovalev in Russia, right? So I don't know, dude. It's going to be a very tough division with big guys all over again. Lester Martinez is there. I watched Lester spar Crawford. I mean, we saw what he did against Christian and Billy. I think Lester Martinez is extremely talented. That's going to be another fight that's going to be very tough. And then I think you said the French guy, I'm assuming you're talking about in Billy. I mean, we'll see. I think in Billy has some holes in his game, so Canelo can probably exploit it. But at this age and in his career, I mean, he's going to be fighting young guys that are going to be active and busy coming at him. So Nigeria boxers are underrated. I agree. Built an excuse if you lose today. I hope he doesn't say nothing, right? Because, the last thing we want to hear is him say he's injured. Everyone's been asking, are you injured? And then all of a sudden he comes out, hey, guys, I've been injured. I'm like, oh, jeez. You think Canelo? No, I don't think we see Canelo Benavidez. Conor Benn with KO Prograis in the 7th, possibly. You know, I think Conor Benn has a lot of keys and tools to be able to make this fight early or a little late knockout, right? But I think Regis is the better boxer, Aiden says, but I think Ben will hit him and see how he takes it. Yeah, I'll just break down some of my key victors to Conor Benn while we're waiting for him to get in the ring. I just think his relentless pressure, right? I think he's going to be in Regis' face. I think his speed, his explosiveness. I do think he's definitely going to need to close the distance fast and force Regis on his back foot, push him on the ropes, make him uncomfortable, don't really give him space to move. Make sure he does not walk into the counters. We've seen him get countered all the time with Pete Dobson and Chris Eubank. If he can avoid that, use some head movement on his entry, jab his way in. We've seen him use the jab in a Eubank fight in the rematch. Please, God, do not lunge in. Avoid anything wild. I think he's a lot more composed now, so I'll give him that. But just don't get caught with something flush and clean, because I do think Regis has respectful pop. You know, we've seen guys that when they get hit clean and flush, they do get buzzed. Like Regis does have power. But we know that Conor's been taking punches from a bigger guy, Chris Eubank, so we'll see. But overall, just rough him up, get inside, work the body, be physical, smother Prograis, make it ugly, win the early rounds big. If Ben builds an early lead and hurts Prograis early, I think it can change everything. And I think he's very dangerous when he's confident, you know. So just controlled aggression. And I think because of it, I think if Ben makes this a very chaotic fight for Regis, then Ben is going to destroy him. But if Regis can slow it down, make it technical, then I start to favor Prograis a little bit more. But if Prograis can land some good left hands, I'm telling you guys, if he can land some good left hands on Conor, I think this could be a very competitive fight. But that's a big if, right? So at the end of the day, I'm gonna go with Conor. Maybe a stoppage, really. So, but that's all because the fact that Jojo Diaz was able to hurt him. Now I'm starting to see if his punch resistance really there. So, but they're getting ready to get these guys in the ring. Michael Buffer is going to be calling them in. So I'll read a couple more of the comments while I'm getting ready to call that fight. Pretty stoked. I think this is the fight that we're all been waiting for now. How come Fury and Joshua are more marketable than Usyk? I think it's just the British backing, right? I think they've been in that Deontay Wilder, Joshua Fury, Klitschko era for so long that I think at a point they kind of got this really strong UK backing during that time, and Usyk kind of came in at a time where no one really thought he would win. I mean, I'm not saying no one thought, right? But I think the majority of pundits favored Fury and AJ for a while. And I think Usyk defied the odds by beating these huge giants and kind of walked away as like the all-time great, you know, a Hall of Famer heavyweight and cruiserweight. But I think something about an all-British clash and the build-up between Fury and Joshua has been lingering for so long. It's almost like a Eubank Ben. Those two guys, it has to happen, right? So I think the marketability really comes down to just the British market. But I think overall, I think Usyk himself might not just have the U.S. appeal. He probably does have the U.K. respect. He had some big fights, but they all involve British fighters. Tony Bellew, Joshua, Fury. But I think really at the end of the day, he's a Ukrainian hero, a boxing legend, but I think he's missing some components that allows him to flourish. And it could be just, unfortunately, he's just not an American British fighter, right? Or a Mexican fighter or anything. Like, those markets are so much bigger. But I know in his country he's a legend. So, but I don't know. I don't know why. Why he's not a superstar. You know, I mean, he does speak English and has little moments. So, but Prograis is coming in the ring with his Rougarou mask, and he has Stand By Me playing as a ring walk. Canelo would never fight anyone with a pulse again. He's his farewell tour. Yeah, I think Canelo is kind of maybe on the run to maybe become a world champion one more time or two, and then just kind of slowly just take it easy. You know, I think he's I want to say damaged goods, but he's in dangerous territories in this part of his career now. Do you think Fury would KO Makhmudov? With enough clean punches, I think there's a huge possibility. I mean, Aga Cabriol beat him to the body. Fury throws to the body. Guido was able to cut him and stop him. Fury's a better boxer than Guido. So I think there's a high possibility. And I don't know. I just have to see. He's been out of the ring for 16 months. So Conor Benn by KO, by uppercut, possibly. You know, Regis does get hit. So I wouldn't be surprised in any type of fashion Conor hits him with. If it lands clean and flush, nasty right hand or uppercut, Ben can't fight emotion. I don't know if he's emotionally charged in this fight. And even when he was emotionally charged in the Eubank fight, you can see in the second fight he calmed down dramatically. All right, so I don't think he's coming in there like that. I think he's just looking at this as a normal fight. And I think they're favoring. They have the money in Conor, so I just don't think they will fumble it. So Conor Benn is coming out to the song that Ryan Garcia did when he fought Gervonta Davis. Let me see. Against Gervonta Davis. I gotta Google it. It's like a very religious church song. Let me see. Ryan Garcia's Reebok song. Hold on. I'm gonna figure out what the song is. I don't know if this is gonna be his official. What is the give me 1 second, y'all. Give you guys the ring walk song. It was Oceans by Hillsong. That's what I'm hearing right now. But that could just be his introductory ring walk song, not his official ring walk song. I'm just with David. I think David beats him now. Morel was really nice with Yonik at Salas. Yeah, I actually saw him. I saw him sparring at Salas' gym a couple of weeks ago. He was sparring this Ukrainian kid or Polish kid. Kid was nice. It was a great sparring. So he's getting great work. But I know the fight was called off or postponed because of the injury that Callum Smith has. So now Conor Benn is actually coming out to the song he always comes out to, is Ready or Not by the Fugees. So that is his actual ring walk song. I think Morel could even go back down to 168 and grab the belts. Possibly. He's a big 168 too. Here we go, Mr. Quake says. Yep. So Conor Benn is pacing side by side. It looks like he has a Billionaire Boys custom robe. I think so. Or it's a CB. The B looks very Billionaire Boyish. So I'm just making a guess. But it's a gold and black robe. Yeah, they're giving him the British treatment. 3-4 ring walk songs. There's an orchestra behind him. He's pacing back and forth. Just like that same treatment Anthony Joshua did on the stage when he fought Klitschko. They got some, I don't know what song this is now. Ben wins for the UK. I favor Conor Benn. Here we go. Gotta come check out Murat Salas. I'm telling you, he's grabbing a belt. Yeah, I did see him. Like I said, a few weeks ago, he was doing some great sparring. I went to visit Rolly and I bumped into David Morrell. I was actually with them when they announced the fight. So I always like David Morrell. He's a very talented guy. Louis DeCubas Sr. Managed Duran. So he has a great eye for talent. So I think David Morrell fought David Benavidez a little too soon. And then he fought that Russian guy right after, which I think he did lose. But at a 12-round fight, I think he would have won and probably stopped him. Regis on his way to the ring. Cam Whitaker avoided Morrell just this past weekend. Really? Like they crossed paths or something? Regis has to revert back to the old Regis where he comes forward and fights inside. Move his head, slip punches. He cannot try to box Ben if he wants to have any chance. I think he has to do a combination of both. I mean, Conor Benn is listening to some Euro dance music, He's super hype. He's making a lemon nasty face. Like, I guess this song really getting him pumped. I wouldn't really get too hyped for this, man. I wouldn't personally get too hyped for this. This is a pretty trash song. But I don't listen to stuff like this. Conor Benn eyeballs are huge. What up, Tim? What's going on, Timothy? Did he snort a pound of coke before the entrance? The orchestra's kind of hard. I've seen better. What up, Ken? What's going on, Ken? It was cool. I've seen better entrances. His entrance music was trash. I agree. Quieter than the techno. Choose a genre. He came out with the Oceans Church song by Hillsong United. Then he had the Ready or Not. Then the orchestra and this. I don't know. It almost kind of feels like an emotional roller coaster. I'm in the bed with an ostrich. That's what's up, Walter. It's like an emotional roller coaster, and hopefully this doesn't reflect what's going to happen tonight. Because if his music selection order is going to determine how he fights, then I might give Regis an actually great chance in this fight. So, but we are set for the co-main. Eddie Hearn is sitting ringside. His former promoter. He's going to definitely enjoy the show, especially if Regis loses. I mean, if Conor loses, that's what I meant to say. So, we'll see. All right, I'm going to get this coming up off. So, let me know who you guys got in the final seconds. You got Regis, you got Conor. If so, how? Put your final votes in right now. Who do you got on the co-main and main event if you haven't? Right now, I got Conor Benn winning this fight. I think Conor Benn, with his youth, his size, his recent performance, I think they're fighting a battle-tested fighter who may have lost his chin a little bit, lost a little of his athleticism, been knocked down quite a few times or hurt. And I think at this point, this fight is going to be very difficult on paper for me to pick Regis. With all the rumors of him being injured, moving to 150 for the first time. So we'll see. Got Benn by TKO. Okay. Yeah, we have yet to see Regis get stopped. But we have seen Regis get hurt by a smaller guy, so hold on, give me 1 second. So we're announcing Regis right now. Conor Benn's about to get in the ring. I'll be calling an action in a few minutes. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Conor Benn bounced on his toes. I'm gonna get a quick little screenshot for you guys, right? I'll show you the wardrobe. This is what Conor Benn's here. Let me see if I can give you guys a quick little screenshot. This is his outfit. Won't be able to show the fight because it's on Netflix, but this is his outfit right here. So I'll give you guys a little game two real quick. This is Keith Connolly. Keith Connolly is his manager, right? Eddie Hearn does not like this guy because he manages Alicia Baumgartner, former Matchroom, gone. Manages Conor Benn, Matchroom, gone with Zuffa. Recent announcement, Edgar Berlanga and Richardson Hitchens, both managed by Keith Connolly, both Matchroom fighters, now with Zuffa. That's his 3 Zuffa fighters. So a little bit of insight, if you guys don't know, a little background, nerdy stuff, but that's a little background. So reminder, everyone, this is going to be a Zuffa athlete fighter that will be on display today. So, all right. All right. We're going to see, can Regis Prograis handle the pressure? All right. I'm going to start the clock right when they start the bell. And I'll be calling the action. Can Regis Prograis be the guy after this Chris Eubank performance he did? Can he beat him? All right. And seconds out. And the bell rings. All right, already Conor Benn putting a lot of pressure. Regis doing a lot of feints. Regis throwing that left. I think Regis' best weapon will be that left hand. If you can try to catch Conor coming in with some check hooks and that left, if you can tag him. But Conor's putting a lot of pressure. Very ugly fight. They tie up already. Referee has to come in and break him up. Conor already has Regis in a headlock. Conor's using his up and down irky jerky movement, trying to make Regis bite on a couple feints. Good jab from Regis, lands on Conor. Conor throws some wide shots and lands two rights on Regis. Regis looks a little off a little bit. His legs don't look too great after eating those hooks. I don't know if it was an off balance shot. And a good jab from Conor catches Regis. Regis is getting caught clean and flush. I don't like his body. I don't like his body movement. A lot of good upper body from Regis, but his legs don't look that great. Conor visually looking bigger. Regis landed a good left on Conor. Both these guys are going to produce a high action fight in the first round. I see opportunities for both these guys, to be honest. Conor is throwing very widely. He's not as composed and poised as he looked at the Chris Eubank too. Looks like he's trying to steamroll him. Regis is using that left to try to make sure he keeps good distance. Conor Benn is using a lot of leaping athleticism and catches Regis with a little leaping left. Regis lands a good jab, keeping good distance, keeping Conor at the back end, catches him with a good jab and catches him with a left to the body, straight left in the chest of Conor. A lot of feinting between the two, a lot of irky jerky upper body movement, and they clinch after both trying to swing. This ain't going 3. I agree. Ben looks juiced up. Regis blocking those shots. Regis is weak. He might have been caught off guard a little bit. I mean, those shots were a little flush from Conor, or maybe it was off balance. Regis doesn't have the greatest legs, I would say. But yeah, Ben is definitely underestimating that left. And that's what I was saying earlier. That left from Regis is going to be the key. He caught Conor coming in with that left. Very good flush shot. He's landing some good jabs and keeping that mid-range. This is where Prograis is going to have a lot of success catching Conor. And Conor comes and takes a weird knee. I don't know if it was from, obviously, not like a knockdown, but if he got hit with a shot and went down to a knee, it could have been considered a knockdown by book. But the ref called it a slip. Conor needs to be careful. Conor's definitely getting caught coming in. But at the same time, he catches Regis. Oh! At the end of the round, Conor catches him with a 1-2 and buckled Regis. He buckled his knees. Perfectly timed shot. I don't know if Regis was letting off the gas because of the last few seconds, or was admiring his work because he landed a good shot on Conor. But yeah, that's a knockdown. But Regis has been a glorified journeyman since the Huni fight. Regis getting some good shots in. But yeah, Regis looked weak during the walk-in. But yeah, he was hurt a little bit in that first few interaction, and he for sure was hurt at the end of that round. His says gatekeeper. I think Regis was mocking getting hurt. I don't know. I don't think he was. That's from knowing Regis and interviewing. That's never been his demeanor. I don't think he's ever been like a guy to play possum to kind of get some sort of advantage. So no, he was hurt not once but twice in that round. And going to the second round, which just started, is going to favor Conor. Yeah, like Robin says, a couple good jabs from Conor. I think you're starting to see a little bit of damage around Regis's face. You can see he's not wearing the shots that well. Some of it's starting to discolor his face a little bit. And Regis's legs, after they broke, after the break, Regis, I don't know, he was a little off balance or wobbly, but his legs don't look there. But Conor's starting to put a lot of pressure. Regis landed a good left from the body. Regis is a very awkward fighter. He can maybe catch Conor coming in, making a mistake, but can it be enough to get him off him all night? Because Conor is putting a lot of pressure. Circling now Regis. Conor's circling Regis, making him use his legs now to try to keep up with Conor's fresh, young, agile movement. Regis missing slightly with his left. Conor constantly circling Regis, making him going side to side now. Good straight right from Conor. Regis blocks the next right that followed up. Kind of like I was saying earlier, Regis landing some good lefts is going to be the key to victory, keeping Conor at the end. But once Conor makes it ugly and makes it a little firefight, it's going to be tough for Regis to maintain this pace. Conor catches him with a right and catches him with another right. Regis has to be careful with himself jumping in because Conor catches him. Ben's going to take the win. Prograis has no balance. Ben is very explosive. 1-2 buckle my shoulder, his shoe, 3-4 on the floor, TKO. He wasn't Mike Anthony. He definitely got rocked. I agree. But as of right now, Regis is able to recover from those terrible shots he took in the first round, and he's making this a little bit a thinking game, which is going to benefit him in the long run. But can he maintain this pace after he eats a good solid jab from Conor? Conor just circling, creating a lot of angles. Good body shot now from Regis. Catches Conor making a mistake. Regis has a really good left, man. Conor has to be very careful. Good right from Conor. Regis is very awkward. But I do expect Conor to eventually get some awkward timing down of Regis figured out and land a good home run shot. Good jab from Regis. Miss True 1000 says, oh! So, how do you score the first round? Like, Regis got hurt twice, right? So, is that enough for a 10-8? Yeah, Regis moved him back with that body shot. Yeah, I'm saying, once again, if you listened early in the stream before some of you guys came in, Regis has a very great left hand. He fights from the southpaw stance, and he can catch Conor coming and making mistakes. But at the same time, he can't wait too long because Conor can catch him with his athleticism and just might, out of nowhere, just catch him like that 1-2 at the end of the first round. So he needs to get some respect by using the jab and kind of blind Conor coming in with a jab, and then he can counter more effectively versus just catching him coming in. If that kind of makes sense. Like, use that jab. Imagine Regis stops Conor Benn. That would be hilarious. That would be a lot of money wasted from Zuffa because they spent, what, $15 million? But Conor comes out with a lot of fire. I'm seeing a lot of wear and tear on Regis' face, though. Some discoloration, like I said earlier. Some redness. You can tell what punches that Conor are landing are going to potentially close up his face. It's that straight right that he lands pretty flush. All Ben has to do is jab and stay at distance like Huni did. I mean, he's using that jab. He's making an adjustment a little bit. I think they both need to use the jab. You know, Regis needs to use the jab when Conor's coming in to set up something, and then Conor needs to use the jab coming in. And he's using that jab very well. Regis caught a good jab from Conor, made Regis shake his head, but that always means he acknowledged that was a good shot. Regis using some upper body athleticism to kind of avoid some shots, but still not pure defense, and Conor takes advantage of it and catches him with a couple jabs. You know, Regis is throwing single shots now, which is going to be dangerous if Conor's starting to throw in combinations, which he is right now. The output starting to favor Conor a little bit. Regis relying on low output, good timing, good countering, but those jabs from Conor is starting to add up a little bit on Regis right now. Over 4.5 rounds, come on. Yeah, and his face looked marked up, even the build up to the fight. He is, I don't know, I didn't know if it was the build up of the fight or if it was the first round, because his face had discoloration already. But Ben is landing these jabs flush on Regis. A lot of jabs. Conor's strictly winning this round by just jabs, just out jabbing Regis. 2-3 jabs sometimes in succession. Another jab landed on Regis. Regis is right now just getting just cooked by the jab. Regis just swinging the air right now. Conor throws a right and misses widely as well, but that was his attempt of a 1-2. Everything that Conor's doing right now, having success, is landing that flush jab on Regis' face. He lands another one. He lands 2, actually, to be corrected. Lands a good right, switched it up on Regis, making Regis anticipate another jab, took advantage of it. Conor starting to show a lot more comfort, getting Regis' timing down. He's a lot more agile, moving in circles, using that jab again, landing another jab, this time to the body after landing to his head. Conor is just cooking Regis with the jab. Regis is going to be in trouble if he doesn't figure something out. Regis needs to make adjustments. He is not landing anything significant. His left hand hasn't landed anything. And at this moment, I'm expecting Conor to really take advantage and throw some serious shots coming in the later rounds. Benn is in full control, and he's just peppering with his jab and attempting a right every once in a while, and ends the round with another jab. Regis is getting cooked by this jab at this point. Regis is probably going to fade as the fight goes on and get overwhelmed. Benn about to stop him. Do you think Fury will KO? It depends on what Fury we get. You know, Makhmudov has been stopped by the body by Agate Cabriel, and Fury has great body shots, and Guido stopped him by boxing him, and Fury's a better boxer. So Regis in for the money, he don't have it anymore. I don't even think it's not even fact he don't have it anymore. I mean, the circumstances does not favor him. A young, athletic, bigger guy who he's fighting in the UK. It's just going to be tough. What are they wearing? I'm blind. Black, gold for Conor Benn, and purple, black, and gold for Regis. You got 2 on Conor. What round did you give it to Regis? Curious. Because I gave it all to Conor right now. It would have to be maybe the second round then, because Regis got cooked the first round, and he definitely got cooked that third round too, so... No, he won the Jojo Diaz fight, but he got hurt in the Jojo fight. Benn is overhyped. Haney will outbox him. Yeah, I would favor all those guys to beat Conor. Shakur, Devin. But at this point, you know, he still needs some sort of developmental fight to get him ready for those fights, and this is one of them. And Regis is starting to have some success a little bit. He's landing that left now a little bit. I think Conor came out a little cold. Conor Benn has a little blood on his right eye. And Regis is starting to target the body now a little bit. Regis having a little bit more success with that left. You know, Conor's starting to get away from that good game plan he had earlier by just landing those jabs. He landed a few there, but Regis is taking some chances and got caught with a good combination, and Regis shakes his head. Regis is starting to put some aggression now, and he's starting to chase Conor Benn a little bit, but his legs are not really showing me, you know, razzle-dazzle, but he's awkward. He's stepping in at weird times. They're exchanging jabs. I think Regis is starting to land some good shots, but Conor is responding very well. It feels like a fight might break out in this round, but they're both taking a lot of chances now. Regis taking more chances and eats a good jab and a right and another jab. Regis keeps shaking his head, and Conor targets the body. Regis shakes his head again. I don't know if this is some sort of self, doubt. I mean, he's trying to convince himself or he's trying to convince Conor Benn like this stuff is not affecting, but Conor's landing some good shots on Regis. Good job from Regis. Regis is starting to pick it up a little bit more in this round, taking a lot more chances, a lot more activity, getting a lot more success, not letting Conor just jab his way to an easy victory. But, oh, and a good lead left hook from Conor catches Regis off guard. Switched up the creativity a little bit. But I just don't like Regis's legs. Like, Regis just does not give me strong legs that just feel like he's able to maneuver or even take punches well. His stance just do not give me confidence. Conor's starting to land a couple more jabs. Conor lands a good little right, but after that, Regis started blocking a few. Landed a kind of a low shot, but the fight still goes on. Conor's starting to mix it up, right hook to the body and left. Regis is starting to now get it closer, and they clinch and tie up. I think Regis is starting to really try to get in Conor's face, but he's having a hard time with that jab. Another jab, 2 jabs Regis eats. All right, that's the end of the round. I'm just glad Regis didn't get stopped in the first round. He almost did, dude. After 3 rounds, I have Ben. Yeah, I have Ben probably maybe all 4 rounds, honestly. Conor seems to be cut on the right side. He is. In the corner, he has a cut man trying to slow the bleeding. Nothing too crazy, but it's on the side of the eye. Nothing to impair his vision. Conor Benn isn't world class. He's a great British boxer. If Conor Benn was elite, he would have got Regis already. Yeah, I think this version of Regis would have been cooked at this point. But, you know, I think Conor's still developing as a fighter. Nice body work from Regis. Yeah, for his legs look crazy. Unfortunately, Regis isn't built past 147. Pound for pound, Regis can't hang with Ben punches. Regis blocking them shots. He has blocked a few, but it's those jabs that it's just landing very flush pretty often. You can't say that he should have gotten Regis already, mate. Oh, let me start this round. Boom. I think what he means is like he hurt Regis a couple times, and I think maybe he's not an elite stopper. I think he's still developing as a fighter, right? He definitely is. But I think an elite fighter would have recognized those opportunities, took his time, and probably would have got him out. But he's still developing. You know, he's also experiencing what it's like at 150. Regis done. He's already a name on somebody's resume. Yeah, like I said earlier, like he's a fighter that they keep bringing back because he knows how to lose, is what I've heard many matchmakers speak of. You know, this is a great name. You know, he's accomplished stuff in the sport, but when it comes to certain fights, he just knows how to lose. All right. 3-1 Conor, 2-2. Regis taking Conor in deep waters. You have a 2-2? Really? If anything, 3-1 at max, but I don't know. Maybe I'm being biased and see 4-0, but they're making this a rough round. A lot of clinching, a lot of close-up combat. Conor is still using that jab. Good right hook to the body, and Regis shakes his head like, hey, come on, bring it on. But it was a good shot. Regis is starting to be a little bit more aggressive now, starting to put a little bit more pressure. Maybe, listen, the Pete Dobson fight, we've seen Conor fade in that fight, right? We've seen in Chris Eubank first fight, he fade. Oh, good right from Conor Benn. But if Regis does take him in deep waters, and we do see Conor fade, I mean, Regis does show a tendency not to slow down in fights. I can't really think of a fight where Regis looked really, I don't know, out of it. You know, I know Devin outboxed him, but he never looked tired. So maybe Regis' conditioning might keep him in this fight. But that chin and those legs is my biggest concern. But Conor's landing some flush shots on him right now. Regis in the money. He's broke. Good left hook to the body by Regis. And they're starting to exchange a little bit more. Regis targeting the body. Conor's targeting the body a little bit. These two are starting to exchange a lot more. This is a very competitive round. 30 seconds left. This could potentially favor Regis later the fight goes on if this is the pace that Conor's fighting. He's starting to take some clean shots. Conor's now putting some combinations together, and they clinch. Regis coming alive a little bit. Conor's 4-0. Yeah, could see a 3-1. Yeah. I mean, this is a competitive round right here. I think Conor might be outworking Regis slightly, but he's taking some shots this round. I think Conor won this round too, but Regis is coming alive, just like Miss True 1000 said. So I'm starting to see it become a little bit more competitive now. Ben's going to war with one-leg Prograis. It's starting to feel that way, right? Like, it feels like Regis is coming alive. Everyone does it for the money, mate. Everyone for sure does it for the money. But I think what he's trying to say is like, he's claiming that he feels like Regis knows that he's not himself, which I don't think that's the case. I don't think that. I mean, not the way I'm seeing him fight in that round. But I think he's kind of portraying that he's like, all right, I don't have it no more, but I'll do it for the money. It's kind of, I guess, what he's trying to say. If Ben ends up a 10-12 round with Regis, he's trash. I mean, that's very telling of, you know, his developmental process, that if he's going to war with Regis for 12 rounds, he still needs a lot more work if he wants to compete against the Devin Haney's and the Shakurs. Conor's about to jab himself out. Maybe. He was doing great with all the jabbing and the lateral movement, but Regis showing his toughness, his experience and bravado. Maybe if the fight goes on later, it favors Regis. Oh, good left from Regis. That left kind of, I wouldn't say truly buckled, but got the attention of Conor. Ben needs to brawl like he did Eubank. I'm starting to see a lot more success from Regis. Regis starting to walk through some jabs. Not saying that he's not walking through it like he's not getting punished for it, but he's starting to take one to give one, and it's starting to pay off a little bit. They're both exchanging again. These two are starting to exchange a little bit. Good body shot. Oh! Right to the body and right uppercut from Conor Benn on Regis. Conor looks at the ref for some reason, and then the refs just like kind of go on. Left side is still bleeding from Conor Benn, but a lead check hook. The check hook. Regis caught Conor with a check hook, and he lands another jab. He's starting to target that eye a little bit. You know, Prograis is starting to come alive in this fight. That last round, even though I gave Conor a little bit, I wouldn't be too mad if people gave Prograis that round. So Prograis is starting to come alive in this fight. And he's starting to tag Conor's eye a bit. Maybe the guy really does need the juice to stop people. I mean, look, he hasn't been able to get a crazy knockout since the failed drug test. Not saying he had too many fights afterwards, but no way on earth Ben fights any top. No, definitely not. Yeah, Conor did look like he got hurt from that check hook. Regis needs to mix it up a little bit and use that lead right hand at times, man. Conor is starting to look a lot more sloppier, and there's signs of a little bit of anxiety, you know, from Conor. It's starting to feel like he's fighting a little bit out of his normal comfort zone. He's starting to back up a little bit and box. Good shot from Ben. That was a good shot from Ben. Conor's cut over both eyes. That's not good. Good right hook to the body from Conor Benn. This is a very close round too. Conor started to get some success at the end of the round, but Regis had a lot of success in that round too. There's a lot of blood now coming from Conor's face. And you're right, he's bleeding from both eyes. He was bleeding early from the right, and I started calling the left, but I didn't realize that he's actually cut from both sides. So Conor is actually cut from both sides. I think there was a head clash that started it. And it's just a southpaw orthodox situation. So, but there was some good lefts and a good right from Regis. This could have been potentially a Regis round. Ben trying hard to knock him out. Who's winning? What round is it? So on the screen, if you see, we just finished the 5th round. I think that was the 5th round, or was it the 6th? My bad. Totally messed up the round. But right now, I feel like this could be almost maybe a Conor Benn might slightly be. Oh, okay. So that was the 6th round. So it could be maybe a 3-3, honestly. Either 4-2 or 3-3. With the momentum going in Regis' favor, personally, in my opinion. Conor's uncomfortable now. That body shot hurt. Those cuts on each side don't look good. Conor Benn thought he was going to have him out by now. I mean, look, that would have been the strategy. Get him out early. And he tried. But now the experience in later round, doesn't seem like Regis gets tired. If anything, he gets stronger the later the fight goes. Like Josh Taylor, he got stronger the fight kind of went on. He got stronger in the Jojo Diaz fight. What's up, one? Let's go, Regis. So I see this 3-3 or 4-2. Conor's starting to let his hands go to the body a little bit. This is a pretty even fight. They're exchanging a lot. what seemed to be an early potential knockout win for Conor Benn is starting now look like a very tough fight where he's going to have to show some gritty toughness and creativity to get past this older veteran. They're starting to exchange a little bit more, and Conor's getting the better of it. He's starting to let his hands go a little bit more. He's starting to outwork Regis a little bit more in these exchanges. A good combination from Conor. He's starting to rough up Regis a little bit. He's starting to let his hands go, throwing 3-4 punches, not letting Regis breathe, not letting him respond. A good right. Oh, a good right to the body and a left hook to the body. He also threw an uppercut also in that exchange. All landing. He's starting to pick apart Regis. Regis isn't really responding. Regis getting caught with a whole bunch of shots. Oh, good right hook to the body on Regis. Conor's starting to tee off on the body. Regis is starting to get caught with a whole bunch of crazy shots now. Oh, but Regis catches Conor coming in with that good sneaky left. Regis goes straight to the body. Great shot from Regis. Slow the momentum down from Conor. But Ben's starting to let his hands go a little bit, and he starts the clinch, and they're clinching. Ref comes in, breaks it up. Great shot from Regis. Got a lot of respect from Conor Benn right there. Slowed his pace down, but Conor's starting to go to the body a lot more. Targets it with a lead left hook now. Throwing a lot of weight behind those punches now. He tries to land a sneaky left, going back to the body. This is a very, very easy round to score for Conor Benn. All those punches to the body. Regis has not been able to respond outside of that good shot that got his attention for about a good 15 seconds, but Conor started to get work again. 5-1 Benn, 3-3. Conor struggling with a washed up smaller man. Not a good look for Zuffa. I mean, it depends how Zuffa moves him, you know? Prograis definitely has a lot of heart. Boxing a young people's sport. Go Benn. Great boxing. At this moment, man, I'm actually kind of shocked that Conor Benn is fighting in this type of fashion. You know, I thought he was going to be a little bit more poised, like he was in a Eubank 2 fight, pick his shots a little bit better, and set a lot more traps. But he is definitely in a firefight with Regis. And even though he won that last round, Regis still caught him flush with a good shot. I think Conor might be edging this fight. You know, but there's still room for Regis to have a moment. Got 3 more rounds to get through. Conor's starting to go back to the body, use that lead hand to make combinations to try to distract Regis. He's starting to let his hands go. He's tagging Regis up. Regis starting to get hit a lot more flush this round. Regis doesn't have any real answers right now. He gets caught with a good right and a good left, and he covers up with a high guard, and he initiates the clinch. Conor's trying to get him off. Regis holds on. Ref inserts himself, breaks them up, even though already broken up, and tells him to fight. Yeah, I agree. He definitely needs to stay away from Shakur. Like, he should always stay away from Shakur. He thought he was going to steamroll Regis. I mean, a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I felt a little bit of concern for Regis that could potentially happen. But Regis made some good adjustments. But now Conor's making the adjustments. And he's starting to get a lot of those shots off to the body, making it very difficult for Regis to respond. Regis isn't throwing his shots like he did in the last 3 rounds. Looking a little bit slower. His shots look a lot more telegraphed. He's missing widely. He's not countering. Conor still has a lot of pop in his shots, landing a good right in the clinch, working to the body. The ref is letting him work in the clinch. All right, ref breaks them up. Yo, I got to give Regis a lot of props, man. He's fighting at 150 with no rehydration clause against Conor. And at this point, he's in there. Not winning the fight at this point, but he's surviving a lot further than I think a lot of people thought, myself included. He's having success in pockets, but, you know, Conor's just outworking him with a lot more activity, throwing a lot more combinations. Regis lands a good jab on Conor now, but Conor goes back to the body, and he's starting to mix it up and go to the head. Regis' face is starting to swell up pretty bad. His eyes are starting to get knots. I don't know if he can see as clear as he did in the beginning of the fight, but he's starting to pick Regis apart. Regis is fighting arguably probably like a 154, 160 pounder tonight. And, you know, Regis is holding his own, not winning the fight now, especially after those last 2 rounds, but he had competitive moments. He survived the first round onslaught. He almost got stopped after getting buzzed twice. And Regis at the end of this round said, come on, bring more. Can't even argue. Regis has heart of gold. If anyone disputes that, they're a liar, man. This dude, Regis, is showing a lot more heart. Not saying that he's in the contentions of being stopped, but you're starting to wonder, is Regis really going to be able to be competitive the next 2 rounds? Is he really going to be able to do anything? And the punishment he's starting to take, you're starting to wonder, is it necessary? Because these were kind of some damaging rounds. Even though he may have landed a good shot here or there, Conor is starting to really break him down, just like Ryan Francis said in the chat. I think he's starting to get his rhythm down. He's starting to get his timing down a little bit. Just so you guys know, this is a 10-round fight. I definitely needed to remove a round. So, what up, Jay Watts? It won't let me send a super chat. Don't worry about it, my guy. You being here is all good. Let me start the clock. Benn's a cheating prick. 4 warnings about leaning his head, and the ref's done nothing about it except pointing out. Well, he was the recipient of the cut. So, good combination on Conor. And Regis says, "Come on," but you can't be posturing like that. Regis is, every time he gets hits, he's like almost like, that doesn't affect me, that doesn't hurt me, but it's affecting him though. It's affecting the scorecard. Conor's starting to just tee off, landing some serious shots. Regis' head is flying to the back of his neck. I'm starting to get a little concerned at this point. Your commentary is better than TalkSport, man. Just left the channel. Keep up the good work, mate. I appreciate you, B. I'm just trying to call it, and my honest, just my honest opinion, right? I think we're all biased, right? Charlie says bias. I think we're all biased, right? Because we all like something, and there's going to be things that I disagree that someone else might like, but it's just overall my take. But I do feel like right now, I think it took a bit for Conor to get to this point, but we're here. Conor is now in true control of this fight, and Regis is just completely out of his element. He's now fighting a guy who's completely bullying him, having his way, beating him to the punch, landing crisp, snappy punches, light on his feet. He's making creative adjustments, and you're just kind of wondering, like, the only thing that's going to prove to the world is that Regis is one tough son of a gun, and Conor is going to need some improvement after this fight. This is what the story is going to tell. Regis is probably better than what we thought, and Conor is going to still need improvements to be able to compete and fight the guys that he's asked for, regardless if they went up and fought him at the weight. And good right hook to the body, Conor lands on Regis, and they clinch and tie up. I really don't say like, hey, this is going to be a glamorous stoppage, but as a person that may think about Regis' career, because I mean his life after boxing, right? This is unnecessary. You know he's going to retire soon. This doesn't need to go on this way. He's not going to win the fight on scorecards at this point. Conor is separating himself after the fight was close. Conor is starting to really land some good shots, which at the end of the day just shows how good Regis Prograis' chin is. That's about what we're getting. He's in good condition. He's not injured like what people claimed he was, but he's being outclassed. So I agree. Throwing the title, this is not a good look for Conor. Even with a win, a better fighter would have rocked him with his unbalanced lunging. You can't look at Ben in no kind of bad way. Like Regis said, Ben, you was never a champ. Now Ben's showing him off. Man, we got to stop this fight. Joke only, brother. Oh, no. I knew you were joking. Conor getting $15 million for this one fight is mad. I do think he's gonna resign with Zuffa. I think this was probably just something where, I don't know. I really don't know. I can't even tell you what the reason why giving some guy $15 million to fight on a platform that doesn't benefit your organization, which is Zuffa, which is on the Paramount Plus. I really don't know signing a fighter and not having them fight on that platform. So I really don't know what their plan is. What up, Wovaka? What's going on, my guy? How's everything going with you this Saturday, man? I appreciate you always showing love. Man, are you watching this unnecessary last round of this fight? I think this is unnecessary. I don't think we need to go on from this. Power punches landing according to CompuBox. Ben 94, Regis 48. Yeah, it's becoming too much at this point. I don't really need to see this last round. We can start moving over to the to the Tyson Fury fight. I just think this is unnecessary. Conor's throwing headbutt like they were going out of style. Well, he's still not the beneficiary of it. He got the 2 cuts from it, so it definitely worked against him. But Conor's definitely looking for the knockout. Ben might go back with Eddie. Maybe, but would Eddie want to take him back? You know, I don't know how Eddie feels about it. Oh, good body shot from Conor Benn, but he kind of pushes Regis back. No knockdown. He just kind of falls backwards. Kind of like because they were just rolling. He was rolling based off the momentum being pushed. Yeah, this is the last round. 7-2 Conor. Yeah, I stopped scoring. Regis definitely needs a knockout. I don't see it happening. If Conor is struggling with Regis, he isn't ready for the elite guys. Not at all. I mean, we've kind of always knew this. I'm not taking away his win against Chris Eubank, but, I mean, he was extremely dehydrated, man. That rehydration clause is no joke, but I can't take away nothing about the win at the same time because Chris Eubank agreed to do it. So you got to give him credit, but at the same time, you also have to call it what it is. I mean, that's his most emphatic win. This would be up there with it, and it's not really telling the world that he's ready for Shakur Stevenson. Dana done it to piss Eddie off clearly, and it worked. Dana, damn, Conor Benn took over at the end. Yeah, he did. It took a little bit. I mean, he was in control of the fight on the scorecards for the most part. Regis was closing the gap, and then he separated again. And now I'm just starting to feel like, yo, if Regis is going to take these remainder punches at the end of this fight, then we got to call retirement. Because if he has a career and he wants to fight after this too, then this doesn't need to go on. Because we're just going to give him a moral victory by going the distance when people thought he wouldn't. Myself included. I thought there was a high chance of Conor stopping him late. So at this point, just move on from this point, man. You made some good money. You made some good accomplishments. You got a book out. If you guys haven't heard, he has a book out. You can probably read about his upcoming his struggles in life and how he overcame it. But he has a lot of kids. He seems like a cool dude. I've never had any issues with Regis Prograis as a person covering the sport. He's always been super nice, respectful. Never been a dick. Like, I could speak on how many fights been a dick. He's always been cool. He was one of the first people I kind of started meeting early in my career, when he was like probably like 1-0, 2-0. Want to see nothing but good health from him at this point. So he's just taking a lot of punishment. This is unnecessary. The round's not even competitive. The best way to describe it is Conor's punching him, and every time Regis gets hit, he's just like, come on. That ain't hurt me. Shakes head. Oh, that ain't hurt me. Come on. High guard. Missing. Getting punched. Like, that's what I'm seeing. He eats a lead left hook. This is unnecessary. He's trying, but at the end of the day, I think Regis showed everybody that he was a lot more durable than what we expected. But yeah, it's done, man. If this was 12 rounds, I think Regis gets stopped in 11-12. I don't know. He might not. The rate that he was getting punched on, and it was almost like not affecting him. It almost seems like he gets caught early, and then he recovers and he's good. But because it happened in a JoJo fight, so I don't know what it is. It's almost like he has like a granite chin, but in the first round, it's very glass-like. So I just think Ben is severely underdeveloped and nowhere near ready for anybody. Like every matchup you can think. Oh, Devin, Ryan, Rolly all beat Ben. Listen, I think Rolly knocks him out. I think Ryan knocks him out. And I think even Devin knocks him out. And I'm not saying that Devin doesn't knock people out, but dude, I think Devin, Ryan, and Rolly all beat the shit out of Conor Benn. So just like my good man, the founder of FightHype, Ben Thompson right here says in the chat, I think they all do. I think Rolly stops him nasty. I think Ryan stops him nasty. And I think Devin surgically beats the living shit out of him. But props to Regis, man. He proved all of us wrong. He's a lot more durable than we thought. Or he proved a lot of people right that Conor is not nowhere near the level of any world champion. I mean, keep in mind, this dude asked Regis to fight at 150, and Regis fights at 140. Regis is a small guy. You know what I mean? So, yep, all knock him out. Yeah, they all knock him out. They all knock him out. Not beat him. They all knock him out. Conor Benn is the definition of a British fighter. Yo, chill out. There's been good British fighters, right? Dude, chill out, man. I think, by all means, I think you're probably talking about anything under 168 and down, right? Because I think British fighters, they excel at 168, 175, cruiserweight, and especially heavyweight in this era. But I understand when it comes to British fighters, they have all underneath that weight class underperformed on the big stages. So, but I don't like Tyson. You going with Fury? Yeah, I got Fury tonight. But then again, I always get heavyweight fights wrong. So just because I picked Fury don't mean he's gonna win. We got the scorecards going. Yeah, Conor won. Not even a hard decision. But Conor took some punches in there. It wasn't like a sweep. Did they have to wear Zuffa trunks? At a Zuffa event, Conor actually got to wear his actual traditional boxing attire, which is his choice. So, yeah, Conor, it looked like a regular boxing event. And now they're talking in the ring. I think Regis is giving his props. And, Regis is a good dude, man. I don't have nothing negative to say about him. He's always been classy. He's giving Conor Benn his props. Even though we're probably all shitting on Conor Benn right now, Regis is giving him his props and his dues. He's not bitching and complaining and moaning. And a lot of respect for that. But Conor got to go back to that gym, and we got to accelerate this guy, man. Get him some developmental training. Tyson Fury down in 3. Ben must have been skipped leg day in this camp. Fury, check his gloves. Regis needs to retire. I think Regis tasted Ben's best, and he's out. And he's on it now. He believes in himself. If Tyson wins, it would be on points. Austin will lose the next fight. I mean, I think the next fight will be Anthony Joshua is what they're probably set up. Tyson Fury. All right. So this is going to be a 12-round fight. Let me boom. Let's make it 12. Let me put coming on up. Let me read you guys in the chat. You pick Arslanbek to beat Fury. Interesting. Because we've seen Arslanbek get outboxed by Guido. So is it Fury's inactivity? Is it because I picked Fury? Is that why? Because listen, I picked Chisora to beat Deontay, which Chisora was the favorite. I was wrong. I picked Fury to annihilate Francis. Arguably lost that. I picked Usyk to beat Fury the first time. I was wrong. I picked Fury to beat Usyk. I was wrong. I picked Joshua to beat Usyk. I was wrong. I picked Joshua to beat Ruiz. I was wrong. Jeez, man. What heavyweight fights have I got right? I got Joshua, Jake Paul right. I got, in hindsight, Joshua and Usyk 2, and Fury and Usyk 2 right. I picked Usyk after. What else did I get right in heavyweights? I got Joshua Daniel Dubois wrong. I thought Joshua was going to beat Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois knocked him out. I did pick Usyk against Dubois. Thankfully. Yeah, man, dude, my heavyweight takes are trash. And it feels like I picked from logic, but it's not the case in heavyweight. I picked Joseph Parker to beat Fabio Worley, and I was wrong there. So maybe just pick Arslanbek because I'm picking Fury, all right? That was the shittiest 15 million one fight deal performance I've ever watched. Zuffa's breaking record. You are not wrong, man. That was one, if not the worst fights performances of anyone getting that type of money. That was insane. Maybe they need to pick a better opponent, like a opponent that was less durable, because we gotta keep in mind Regis ain't never been stopped. He's been hurt and dropped. Maybe they really need to get him like a true washed up fighter, because they brought up Regis Prograis from 140 to 150, and it's not even the fact that I think Regis doesn't have skill, right? But it's the things that they did in favor of Conor Benn in this fight to still put on a performance like that. It's just baffling, right? I mean, that was kind of designed for him to cook Regis, right? It was designed for him to spark him out in front of a British fan base on a Fury undercard as the co-main on Netflix, Ring Magazine in the UK. I think Regis got more credit out of that fight. So now Rolly cooking Ben. Rolly is cooking Conor Benn. Rolly is sleeping Conor Benn. Rolly is knocking Conor Benn out. That's my personal opinion. You gotta not look at Rolly's style and Rolly's his trash talking and be mad at it and say like, oh, you gotta look at it as boxing. Rolly is an awkward fighter like Regis, but he's also calculated. He has probably arguably more power. He's young, fresh, athletic. Look, call me crazy, but I think Rolly will beat the shit out of Conor Benn. Victoria said Regis is trash. He's at the second half of his career. He's at the end of his career, actually, the tail end of his career. So this was designed for him to be sent away on Netflix. And yes, Regis did lose and got dominated by the probably the last 4 rounds. But man, I don't know, man. Regis is trash. Regis is becoming a gatekeeper type now. I mean, I think he was already designed for that in this fight. I mean, when you're fighting Jojo Diaz and you're arguably almost getting stopped early on, I mean, that's a very telling sign that you're in a very rough spot in your career. So, and now what's the next fight? Is it going to be Jojo Diaz versus Conor Benn? Because they both hurt Regis, so maybe Jojo Diaz would be the next opponent. Bring him up to 158 or 150. I know I sound critical, but I mean, listen, that's going to be tough for me to be convinced that he's going to be able to be in a world title fight and perform. Like, he's not beating Ryan Garcia like that. Regis cooked. Do you think Benn's next fight's for title? I hope not. That'll be a bad idea. I mean, it might be a Zuffa title if you go back to Zuffa. Dalton Smith will wreck Conor. I agree. I think Dalton Smith will move up and be able to perform better than Regis did. And honestly, I like Dalton Smith. He's actually one of the better British fighters. I like Sam Noakes. I like Dalton Smith. Those are British fighters I can get behind. Michael Buffer is losing his voice. I heard it. Tyson stoppage with an 8. All judges 98 to 92. Conor hit Regis with some flash punches. I mean, he kind of hurt him a little bit. Like, I don't want to say hurt him. Got his attention is the better word. I don't want to say he ever hurt Conor in that fight. Ryan's going to be Conor's easiest fight. I'm going to be back, pin this comment. It's going to be his easiest fight. I don't know about that. Devin's going to be Conor's easiest fight after Ryan. Yo, Dark, come back here when that happens, and I will make a gold trophy, and I'll shrine it. You deserve it if you call that. The front row weren't even watching it. Nope. Eubank wasn't watching it. Eddie wasn't watching. Joshua, they just kind of just was like, I mean, I think they were, but I get what you're saying. It wasn't impressive. Fury handpicked Makhmudov for the fight on the eve of season 2 of Netflix show. If he somehow loses, that's a huge upset. Yeah, I just don't see Fury losing to this fight because Fury has better body punching. Well, I want to say Agate Cabrio has great body punching. But Fury has great body punching like Agate Cabrio. That's what stopped Akhmedov. Guido outboxed him and stopped him. And Fury's a better boxer. And Fury had Guido as a sparring partner. Not saying that, Guido didn't have probably a good sparring, but I just only can imagine that Fury probably had the better of the sparring. And I just don't see this favoring Akhmedov. Akhmedov was a guy who I was entertained by, right? Because he always does this thing where he cracks his neck and he gets the knockouts. They're very devastating, but he was fighting guys I've never heard of, right? In Toledo, Ohio, he fought this guy that Glenn Johnson was training. Had no clue about. He was I think an African fighter. He was big, strong, athletic, but he got cooked by him. I mean, Arslanbek just fought these lower tier guys, and when he started fighting guys with a name, Cabrio, Guido, he just looked average. And it really just hard for me to imagine this guy who had so much hype, who was fighting top ranked cards, had a crazy amount of amateur bouts, had a crazy knockout, right when he finally stepped up, looked no different than any other, I don't know, showcase opponent, right? So if Fury loses this guy, just like you said, I do think it's going to be a huge upset. He no longer has the neck twitch. Oh, does that change a little bit now? Is the neck twitch is gone? He only does it for fights, it seems. Entrance music's giving me anxiety. Oh yeah, he was just coming in with sirens, right? That's all Arslanbek came in with, just sirens for a ring walk. Interesting. I didn't even catch on to that. Tyson Fury's the Nandrolone King. He got banned for 2 years. That's the only reason why he was able to beat Klitschko, because he was on steroids. I want Fury to lose bad. I can't stand to cheat. Well, he did get beat. He lost to Usyk twice. Oh, that's cool. They're giving him they're doing a Ricky Hatton tribute. Rest in peace, Ricky Hatton. Tyson Fury's walking out with a rest in peace, Ricky Hatton. Not on him, but in the arena he had something. But I gotta give Ricky Hatton a lot of love and respect, because watching his build-up with Floyd Mayweather was legendary. Floyd and Ricky Hatton, it's something, if I can get a time machine, go back in time and cover, that would have been it. That would be one of the fights I would love to cover, hands down. Conor came to pro boxing very late with no amateur to speak of. It's no surprise he's so basic, very low thing. He can't improve on more than this. You're right, and that's why we got to call it what it is. Fighting those other elite guys in his division, it's just not a good idea. I think Fury will look old tonight. He's slowing down. I'll take Akhmedov for the W. Really? I don't think so, man. But you've been right at times. You said Ryan was going to cook Devin, even though he failed a drug test. I mean, we still got to call it for what it is, man. Ryan was looking good in that fight. Yeah, whatever I pick the opposite. But I'm getting this one right. When it comes to heavyweights, that is. I usually get all the other stuff right. When it comes to heavyweights, I'm terrible. I'm terrible, man. Because you can't pick logic in heavyweight, man. It's just, I don't know what it is. It is one of those weight classes that just make no sense. And Tyson Fury is coming out to wake me up inside. I feel like a middle schooler right now. Like, that was it. Bring Me to Life song. I can't remember who sings it. Adolescence, right? That's like middle school, Linkin Park kind of stuff. And then he's coming out with what, Pitbull and Neo. These are interesting ring walk songs, man. Yeah, I couldn't do these ring walk songs. Conor better stay away from Devin and Ryan. I agree. So did Regis beat Ben? Nope. Rolly found religion. He don't talk trash no more. He don't even curse no more. Like he don't curse no more either. So Conor needs to be thinking about just getting a podcast after that. I mean, he does great interviews. I'll definitely say that. But yeah, that was just unnecessary for Regis to be in that fight. Rolly has some very good power, but I think his chin is suspect. I see Conor stopping him. Rolly's in there to be hit. You'll see if they fight. Look, so is Conor. Conor's there to get hit too. I mean, shoot, I thought Conor was going to have a lot better defense tonight, and he was getting hit with a lot of crazy stuff. You know? And how do you even prepare for a guy like Rolly? Like, you can't. You just go in there and do your best. I mean, you got to remember, man, that dude got bricks. The British heavyweight took look out for Moses Tama. Oh, yeah, Moses Tama is definitely a force to be reckoned with, man. I still need to see a little bit more as in, like, the people he's facing. But I still am going to favor him against a lot of those guys. So, it just his athleticism. He moves like a small guy. So, he still has that neck twitch. He did it during the ring walk. Oh, then it's over with. It's over with. You're aware Fury struggled with Francis and lost some score. Oh, you're right. Yo, Ravaka, you're right. Listen, I'm wrong. I am wrong with heavyweight fights. I'm telling y'all right now. I be getting heavyweight fights wrong a lot, right? And like you said, I'm usually right. I'm picking Fury, and I'm not saying I'm going to be wrong. But for some reason, when there's something I'm wrong about, it's always heavyweight fights. And the Francis fight, Fury was supposed to cook him. He didn't. But I did call AJ versus Francis, and I said AJ was going to cook him. And thankfully he did. Fury looked like he was losing a step then. Let's see what happens, what transpires. I stand by my pick, though. No, well, Val, you have a great boxing mind. That's why I always appreciate. And you know what I like? We tend to disagree pretty often, and it's not because you don't know boxing. I feel like you have a great stance when we disagree or don't have the same pick. And when there's a time for me to be wrong, you're usually on the other side, like, But I don't know. I just don't see Akhmedov. Like, I see a very sluggish heavyweight who's going to put pressure. And I think Fury is going to take advantage of it. I think it's a style matchup more than anything. But we'll see, man. You know, we'll see. At one point, I was very interested in Arslanbek. I actually was entertained. But then here comes the dark horse, Agate Cabrio, beating him up, beating up Frank Sanchez. So it's not a bad loss, right? I don't think Arslanbek should be looked at it. Losing Agate Cabrio is a bad thing. So yeah, nice touch. Conor Benn is food at welterweight. Conor Benn is food at all these weight classes. So chills. Tyson so lame with. I would love to see Fury get KO'd by the Russian, but probably won't happen. Yeah, I don't think it will, but who knows? Mayweather had a lot of racial undertones. Oh, for sure. I mean, those are the type of fights that sell really well at the end of the day. I mean, you get two different backgrounds, and it automatically becomes a racial thing, even if it's not advertised like that. But they did stretch it out, you know? I mean, you're talking about black versus white. You know, you're talking about cultural clashes. And because of that, that created a lot of division amongst people within there, and they turned it into that. So, you know, like Conor McGregor and Floyd was also that too. So, but Tyson Fury and Arslanbek are in the ring right now. Michael Buffer is starting to do ring announcements, and we'll be on our way with the last fight tonight. Let's see. Let's go Tyson Fury. I got to do a ring walk to something mean or imitating Fury jog into the arena. Yeah, I don't know. Like, some people get hyped with silly stuff. Not me, dude. I gotta have something that gets me pumped. Something to get me hyped. Don't underestimate what those losses to a middleweight did to Fury. It's mental. To a middleweight? What middleweight? You fought a middleweight? Fury has the edge because he is willing to cheat. So you think he's done, you know, did some cheating on this. Bad Bunny overreacted? Wait, was Bad Bunny there? Or did he come with a... I got Fury by decision. Possibly. I don't know. I got Fury by late stoppage. I, too, would be a little disappointed to see Fury not at least hurt Arslanbek. But I'll tell you one thing, though. To give Arslanbek credit on why he can't win, he has a great mind in his corner. And it's Mark Ramsey, right? Mark Ramsey is a tremendous trainer that is completely underlooked, isn't in the media a lot, doesn't do a tremendous amount of interviews. Like, you know, that guy has worked with world-class fighters, you know, Arthur Beterbiev, you know, Christian and Billy. I mean, all those guys out in Canada. I mean, Mark Ramsey is such an underrated trainer that when something does happen on the other side and you see him there, you're almost like, oh, I didn't know he was there. Well, that makes sense, right? It's almost like Joel Diaz, right? Joel Diaz is always in those corners of those really good Eastern European fighters, like Madrimov when he was fighting Crawford, or Bivol when Bivol was fighting Canelo. Like, Joel Diaz is another trainer that isn't really in the spotlight too often, but if you know, you know. And that's what Arslanbek has. He has Mark Ramsey there. And so that goes a mile when it comes to a great corner in a fight like this. Now, on the other side, you know, you got obviously Sugar Hill in that corner, who's been with them and reinvented him after the Ben Davidson. And, you know, so I think it will be a high-level chess match on at least from the trainer aspect, but can their athletes perform? And I think the better horse is going to be Fury, but we'll see. You have a great boxing mind analysis commentary. That's why I'm here. I appreciate you, Wolvaka. And I appreciate you coming in because we have good flow, you know? You make me think a little bit more than just going with the basic narrative. So, Fury used to say he would never lose to a middleweight. Oh, referring to Usyk, yeah. But Usyk's a freak, man. Netflix has been showing Bad Bunny. Oh, yeah, that's why I mentioned. Is he overrated? I don't really listen to Bad Bunny. I can't really speak on his music. So, I just, sick of all the crossover fights. I agree. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that kickboxer fight, but all right. What up, Brotherhood Sports? Prograis gave Ben problems. Yeah, he did. But all right. Arslanbek is running right after Fury. Right out the gate. Pushes Fury in the corner. Good start from Arslanbek. Make it ugly. Fury hasn't been in the ring professionally for a long time. Make it an ugly fight. You know, intimidate him. Make him second guess himself. Like, damn, should I have came back to this boxing stuff? You know? And then also challenge him. Make him question himself. Maybe see if he starts to think he's not who he thinks he is. You know, Wolvaka feels like he lost a step, which I can't deny. You know, he's been hurt, dropped by smaller guys and inexperienced MMA fighters entering. So this could be a potential upset if Arslanbek executes a proper game plan and makes it very rough for Fury to get warmed up. But Fury right now maintaining good distance right now. Arslanbek is rushing him to the corner, pushing him against the ropes again, smothering Fury. Great game plan so far. AJ watching intently. He called Usyk middleweight. Yeah. Who won between Ben and Prograis? Conor Benn. It went the distance. Arslanbek landed a good shot on Tyson Fury. We got about a minute and a half left. I would favor Arslanbek, who's winning this round right now. Fury got this jiggly tie around his waist. He does. Meeks, I don't rate Mark Ramsey highly. He gets his fighter in great condition, but the plan is always pure aggression, no strategy and adjustments. Well, you make a good point. A lot of his fighters do fight with good aggression, but at the end of the day, I mean, some of the fighters he has, they do a great job with it, and they kind of fit that style. Like Arslanbek right now, putting a lot of aggression on Fury, making him smother, you know, his work, not really be able to use that range, and we'll see how it works out. You know, maybe Mark Ramsey just has extremely talented fighters that are able to perform at that type of level. But I still got to rate Mark Ramsey at least at a good enough level, because these guys do perform in somewhat competitive fights, you know, even if there could be some room to make some adjustments. But Arslanbek right now is winning this round by just purely just running in, using a lot of aggression, landing overhand rights right before pushing Fury on the ropes. And it's an ugly fight, not a pretty fight, but he's the one that's landing the shots and controlling the pace. What are your fight predictions? I got Fury. And Fury's using that jab and he's throwing it off right now. But right now, I got Arslanbek. I don't know if Fury's game plan is to try to tire Arslanbek or wait. You know, it's just only the first round. Typically, these are rounds that Arslanbek needs to win to be in this fight. So, great job. But Fury might be just wanting to be patient and not really take too many chances. First round, Arslanbek. Fury really didn't get an opportunity to really get anything off. Arslanbek landed a lot of right hands while lunging and rushing in, and right before pushing Fury against the rope, they clinch and tie up. So, points. Oh no, well, earlier my bad. I thought you were asking about the Regis and Conor. I actually picked Fury maybe late round stoppage, but it's only because of the skill gap, and I might be thinking of more of a prime Tyson Fury, and I might be still stuck in that allure that is Tyson Fury, you know, big guy that can box and move and reset, but he has fallen off quite a bit, and is now in mid-fight, and especially the first round, which is not fair, but I might be switching to maybe a Tyson Fury points, but I'm basing it off of first round. But Fury starting to let his hands go a little bit and teed off a good combination, but Arslanbek fired back, and they're starting to exchange a little bit. So Arslanbek's looking very dangerous in this fight. You know, Fury's starting to get a little bit more creative in his offense, but Arslanbek landing another chopping right hand over the top and pushes Fury back on the ropes, making the fight a little uncomfortable. But we'll see if Arslanbek can keep this pace for 12 rounds. You know, Fury being able to separate himself by keeping good jab and distance, turning his opponent, using that jab, and capitalizing Arslanbek just coming straight in. Fury using that good jab and reach, keeping Arslanbek at bay. Way better first round to start by Fury now. But Arslanbek pushing him against the ropes, trying to throw those chopping right hands, trying to make it an ugly fight, but Fury's punching in the clinch. Fury built like a slab of baby back wrist. Yo, chill out. Them jiggles are crazy, bro. Pause. But it's the Fury frame, you know. I think the best shape I've seen him in recent times was the Wilder 2 fight. I mean, they exchanged jabs right there. Arslanbek landed a good jab as well as Fury. Arslanbek has a very awkward stance, but he gets caught with a right hand lunging forward with his head down. Yep, jab, jab, jab. Why am I calling Makhmudov by his first name? I don't know. I could say Makhmudov. I feel like Arslanbek is easier for me to say. British fighters are being gifted everything. Fury is the only one who earned the right. But as in right now, Fury's having a better round. Little ugly fight, landing some good success to the head. Good 1-2. Arslanbek might start to get a little bit tired in this. Would you guys prefer me to call him Makhmudov? I give baby back ribs more credit. I gave the first round against Makhmudov. But Fury's starting to tee off some good shots and turn Makhmudov around in the corner. They back out. Tyson Fury is starting to look real good. I think it started out pretty good, but Tyson Fury already started to separate himself in the second round, and it's starting to look like a very controlled Tyson Fury fight already. Mark Ramsey and Manny Robles are on the same level of trainers. They get their fights in great condition with a lot of front foot aggression, but once again, no strategy and change up as the fight goes on. I guess maybe at a certain point, because they both have great success stories, I guess every dog has their day. It's kind of what maybe you're telling me, and maybe what you're saying is they're in great shape, and because of that alone, with that, it's enough for them to have a potential upset. Because Manny Robles does get a lot of upsets too, right? So, but I guess when it comes to elites, would I put them as elite trainers at the top? No. But I wouldn't say it's a bad thing to have Mark Ramsey in his corner, right? So this looks silly as fuck. Is it because of Tyson Fury's body frame? All right. Oh, let me move this coming up, and then started around 1-1. I agree. Makhmudov been buzzed by the right hand. Yep, he did get hurt a little bit. Fury's starting to pick him apart with that jab. This fight's trash like water fight the other day. Well, you know, I don't really think highly of the heavyweight division. I think it has been not the most skillful division over the years. And I think it's even been a lower level than what we're accustomed to. Not taking it away from, you know, Usyk or Fury or any of these guys. I mean, I think Usyk shows skill, but I think these big guys just... there's a lot of holes in their games. So that's probably why I've been really bad at being to pick heavyweight fights. And Makhmudov, once again, putting a lot of aggression on the front foot. Tyson Fury not fazed by this aggression that Makhmudov is putting on with them. Fighting well in the clinch, landing some good right hands. How much did Arslanbek pay to take this L? I don't know. I think he would just lose by the pure share of just Tyson Fury's boxing ability. 70 through 90s were the greatest heavyweight era. I agree. I mean, I even think you can even take it back to the 60s. Probably had some good fights, but it's going to be hard to replicate those 70s and 90s heavyweights. You can see they were always in shape. They had a lot of speed, athleticism, good wits, good IQ, toughness, heart. Natural ability. I mean, it was all wrapped up in one. They had good amateur backgrounds, very deep bag. Tyson Fury does two great right hooks and then solid left hook in the clinch, and it goes left to the body and then left to the head, another left in the head, and then switch them left to the body. Tyson Fury arguably landed 6 to 7 shots in the clinch. So at this point, Tyson Fury is showing great control inside. Tyson Fury looking sharp, looking crisp. And it's just a matter of time when Tyson Fury gets this guy out of there. I mean, Makhmudov showing his one-dimensional skill set. And like I said earlier, Goodall was able to outbox him. And I think Tyson Fury is a way better boxer. And this is going to lead to maybe a later stoppage. I just don't see this fight going the distance. I seen one heavyweight fight back in the day, and they left dude have like 8 knockdowns, and it was wild. Which fight was that? Fury's about to stop Arslanbek. I really don't see this going past 10. I know I gave him a lot of rounds, but it's just going to be really hard for me to see Arslanbek to be able to be competitive in this fight. They're interviewing Anthony Joshua right now. And we know we're all waiting for that potential Anthony Joshua getting in the ring, and they announced a heavyweight fight in the British company. Would it be the most skillful heavyweight fight in their prime? No. But it's a fight that's overdue and has a lot of marketability and a lot of money behind it? Absolutely. So you're calling a fight call, do whatever you want to. I mean, I don't know if calling Arslanbek is confusing, I guess is what maybe I should have asked. Because some people might not know when I say Arslanbek who I'm referring to. Let's hear what AJ's got to say. Yeah, you know, he's being polite and respect, so. Oh, but Arslanbek catches Tyson Fury with a chopping left hook, sends Fury back, and Fury initiates the clinch. And he turns Arslanbek, or Makhmudov, either or, to the corner. And Arslanbek is starting to tee off on Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury looks a little uncomfortable, clinching. And Arslanbek is starting to put some pressure. Maybe he sees a window of opportunity. He's trying to jump on it. Jumping right in. Throws a chopping right that misses. A left that grazes Tyson Fury's head. Tyson Fury lands a sneaky right in the clinch. Tries to go left hook to his hip. Arslanbek is starting to land some good shots on Fury, and Fury's fighting in the and landed a good left on Tyson Fury as they exchange. He's starting to switch it up. Instead of that chopping right, he's using that left, catching Fury with his right hand down. Fury needs to get back to that jab. When he's waiting to counter and not use that jab, it gives Arslanbek a huge opportunity just to jump in and just land a single shot, catch Fury off guard. But Tyson Fury catches Arslanbek on a turn and he puts him in a headlock. They fought more in the back. They were built different. Fighters were a lot tougher back then. They became a champ and fought more once a year. Back in the 50s and 60s was, yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, you know, there's some good fights in the 60s. Wouldn't call myself like a super historian. You know, I would have to, you know, Google something. Oh, good 1-2 from Tyson Fury landing on Arslanbek. And he fires and lands a good right hand on Tyson Fury. Some good action in this fourth round. Yep, got him in a headlock. Fury made him miss and made him pay with that right cross. You know, Tyson Fury has this little tick when he boxes where he like wipes his head with his right hand. And sometimes I wonder if anyone catches on and could try to time that. You know, it's almost a reset to his rhythm. And when you catch fighters' little ticks and resets, you can capitalize on it because they're actually defenseless. They're exposed. Unless they're a freakishly athletic fighter that can recognize that they're being taken advantage of and can maneuver away from it, that's when usually you can make them pay and catch them off guard. So, but pretty action fourth round. I think that I still got Tyson Fury up, but you know, Arslanbek landed some good shots in there. You know, very sneaky, quiet round that maybe could be a swing round. First round was Arslanbek. Next two was Fury. So, if you did like what Arslanbek was doing in that round, it could be a sneaky 2-2, if not a 3-1 for Tyson Fury. But we'll see. We'll see how this fight goes on. Because Tyson Fury does get hit pretty flush what I'm seeing right now in this fight. You know, a few rounds ago, I was saying, like, I don't see this going past 10. But we'll see. Arslanbek is doing a good job capitalizing on some of the mistakes Fury's doing. And it makes me wonder if he's going to be able to score like a sneaky knockdown. Because he does land some good shots in between with a good right or good left. Surprised Fury ain't digging to the body with all these headhunting shots. This was a huge key ingredient why Agate Cabrio was able to be successful and was able to stop him without any doubt. Good right hook to the body of Tyson Fury. I'm surprised at the lack of body work from Tyson Fury. A lot of headshots amongst these two. Really, actually, lack of body work from both of these guys. But knowing that the body work was a key component of stopping Arslanbek early on in his career, I'm surprised we don't see a lot more of that. You know, we've seen a lot of body work that Fury did in the Usyk fight, so Agate definitely broke his ribs. Yeah. I mean, that dude is a rib crusher, man. I'm from Quebec. Makhmudov usually sucks. That's why I favored Fury. I think he's a lot more skillful than Makhmudov. You know, he has some sneaky success. He seems like he's a big puncher, but he definitely lacks the fundamentals of just setting his shots up. You know, he swings widely and awkwardly. Sometimes even just catches a fighter off guard because it's just a weird time shot. But not a lot of action going on. A lot of clinchings going on. I'm sick of the UK fighters and their holding. There's been a lot of clinching tonight, man. It has been a clinch fest. A lot of resting going on in this round. And they clinch again after a jab. A lot of clinching going on if you're wondering what is going on. Tyson just punching inside the clinch, working the body. Ref finally breaks them up. Oh, man, this fight's about to go the distance, ain't it? You know, I was sprinkling out, hoping that Fury would get a stoppage around the 10th. Because I just don't want this to go 12, man. I'm done with the UK, man. They were trained to clinch every 10 seconds. No skills. Oh, boy, man. There's so much clinching. Oh! Even the fight that got stopped. The Riakporhe fight, there was clinching in that shit. Boy, oh boy. Fury likes to do many rounds. Well, he's definitely getting his rounds work. As we go into the 6th round. Total 7 rounds left. Let's see if these heavyweights can give us some heavyweight action. Tyson Fury lands a little check left hook and moves around. Good right hook to the body. Clinching and bad stoppage in every UK card. I'm done with them. Good jab from Fury as Arslanbek tries to swing and he misses. Good jab to the body by Fury. Yeah, AJ's filming the fight. Oh, he turns Arslanbek. Says that he got hit in the back, but he touches gloves. Like, oh, my bad. Fury seems very friendly with Arslanbek. A lot of glove touching. Lands a good jab on Arslanbek. Arslanbek just kind of walking forward. Starting to feel like Arslanbek is fighting like a slingshot. Just pulling back, and then lunging forward, springing forward with a whole bunch of velocity, and then that's it. and then starts to reset, plots his feet, and then just get ready to lunge forward. And it was effective the first round or two to kind of maybe make Fury a little bit uncomfortable. But this strategy going later and later and later is just starting to just look kind of stupid. Like, but other than that, I don't really know what the strategy is from Arslanbek. Just walking forward and, not using that jab. Fury's cut at 150. What do you mean cut at 150? Couple good jabs by Tyson Fury. Clinching is killing boxing. Yo, there was I interviewed Andre Berto yesterday, and he was doing this thing called dirty boxing. I have to go watch it, and he was explaining some of the rules, where it's like, I don't know, you can't clinch or something when a fighter goes down. Or I think when you clinch, you can like throw elbows and stuff in there. When a fighter goes down, you can like do some ground and pound, but after a while, if not, you have to stand and back up quickly. Might have to watch that after tonight, man. Though Arslanbek lacks skills in some areas, he's 2-2 with former champs, and he's having success. Yeah, he had the first round. I think he might have the fourth round. Maybe just the fight by far is just not entertaining me, so. Hey, yo, my boy Jay Watts with the $10 super chat. Everybody hit the like button. They finally let me send one. Appreciate it, my guy. Yo, we're going to be covering that fight possibly out in Norfolk. It's my boy Jay Watts. He sent some good footage for FightHype, man. Appreciate the support, man. He got some stuff with Lamont Roach. Maybe a senior coming soon. Possibly, right? But yeah, man, he was out in Omaha with me when we were doing the Terrence Bud Crawford celebration when he beat Canelo. Oh, in shape at 50. Okay. 150? You mean like 250, right? So far, this fight has been mostly Bull versus Matador. Yeah, man, but just not with the ferociousness that I would feel like a Bull and Matador. Inside fighting is dead. Shout out to Spence Chocolatito and Josh Taylor. Yo, Josh Taylor gets slept on for that inside fighting. When it was prime Josh Taylor and he was with them double uppercuts to the body. Chocolatito is so underrated, man. And Spence inside body work. We all know, man, the body snatcher style. But yeah, man, just this springing, launching forward strategy from Arslanbek, lunging, and this is just not a great fight. I'm not gonna lie, man. This is a very uneventful fight. Fury landed a good right uppercut, but Arslanbek fires back with a good right. Oh, and he catches Fury with another right. Makhmudov landed two good right hands to respond to Tyson Fury's sneaky little uppercut. Tyson Fury going to the body. He caught Fury not once, but twice. Fury got an 8-inch reach. He's just kind of like just sitting there letting Arslanbek measure up and time himself. And as Tyson Fury gets a little aggressive, lands a good right, Arslanbek fires and lands a good shot back on Fury. Getting Fury's respect. Maybe this is why Fury's output's low, because he probably feels a little bit of the power from Arslanbek, just being very responsible. Or not responsible, because he's starting to get hit with some dumb stuff. But being cautious is the better word, I think. Oof, man. This is going to be a hard one to get through, man. Oh, we're in the 7th round. Oh, no. So much clinching. I mean, clinching's part of the game, right? But man, there's a lot of that going on tonight. I'm about to start watching bare knuckle, sick of clinching. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, dirty boxing is something that happened, I think, yesterday. Might have to check it out. I think it was free on YouTube. So, oh, he's like Fury landed a couple good shots in Arslanbek right at the end of the round. Very easy fight to score. I think Fury is winning some of these rounds by just the pure lack of output from Arslanbek. But Arslanbek has landed some sneaky punches, so I don't know, man. I'm not seeing a lot of razzle-dazzle from Tyson Fury. I think Wovaka, even though I have Fury up, he might be right about Fury slowing down tremendously. Oh, man. Fury about to go distance with Arslanbek, man. I watched Game Bread Bare Knuckle last night. Ray Cooper had a vicious KO, man. I'll tell you one thing, man. If you have kids and you want to be something in the world, tell them not to be a bare knuckle boxer, man. Because that thing looks brutal. I would hate to watch someone I love fight in that thing. That is such a brutal sport. Good combination by Fury. And then Arslanbek fires back, trying to get some respect from Fury, and they clinch. Is Fury doing Ali Foreman strategy? Nah, he's doing the... I don't know. This is not Ali Foreman at all. This is a rough fight to watch. And heavyweight guy was so gassed that I had to take him out on a stretcher, and shit was embarrassing. Oh. So they were just out of shape. And there was just a vicious knockout because someone was just sluggish and out of shape. Well, that's not also good to watch either. Good ending, but just skillfully. Like, we like to watch stuff that have some sort of technical paralysis going on, and if a guy's out of shape, then that's not fun to watch either. Don't forget, Fury's been out about a year and a half. He has. You know, he's not sharp, but still at the same time, how old is Tyson Fury? Oh, but Tyson Fury, after he landed a couple good shots, gets caught with Arslanbek, and Arslanbek lands a good left. But at the same time, this could help him getting these rounds after being off for so long, because if he knocked him out in round or two, I don't know if that would be beneficial for him for AJ. Let me look up Tyson Fury's age. Oh, Tyson Fury hurt Arslanbek, but then Arslanbek lands a good shot in Fury. They might have buzzed each other. Who do you got versus Fury versus AJ, man? I don't know, man. AJ being knocked out and then fighting Jake Paul don't really tell a lot. Fury losing to Usyk, taking a long break. You know, I really don't know. I would have to need some time, man. That's such a rough fight to really think about right now while watching this fight. All this clinching and the ref never takes a point. I'm sick of it. Tyson Fury is 37. It'll be 38 probably by the time he fights AJ, so. Oh boy, oh boy. We're about to go to distance, y'all. This is about to be a rough fight to get through, y'all. I can't even lie. This is going to be a rough fight to get through, y'all. How do you get Mayweather to talk to you, man? Well, as a clear explanation, he talks to the founder, Ben Thompson, right? I'm one of the reporters on the platform, but a lot of that just comes down to just building a genuine relationship, right? When it comes to covering the sport, it's more than just being a reporter and having an opinion and just showing up, but covering them on a fair basis, going to a lot of things that typically most people won't go to, covering them early in their career, giving them a platform or a voice when a lot of people don't, forcing creating a narrative. So at the end of the day, I think it really just comes down to just creating a legitimate, fair relationship. And then when you do that over time, there's a foundation that you guys build, and you guys maintain that relationship over a year. So that's something that BT was able to do for quite some time. So, which was the best fight to watch so far? Oof, not really a lot. I guess there was, maybe Regis and Prograis, but I don't know, man. I really don't know. If you get on Boxer's bad side, that's it. You're cut off for life. They hold that shit to heart like a bad one. Well, sometimes, as funny as this sounds, sometimes pissing off a fighter is a way of kind of getting their attention too. I'm not saying like that's like something I do like as a strategy, but I've seen relationships fall apart but then strengthen afterwards because it's kind of something like they can go back and laugh about. And I've had a little bit of that, like I've kind of had some relationships go sour and then get back a little bit stronger. But yeah, like you said, like a bad woman, like it's legitimately the word relationship doesn't just stem from just purely a romantic one. It could be a platonic one or a working one. So it really can be an end all be all when you have a bad, it just depends on what it is and how you guys come back together and what type of foundation you guys even built. Riakporhe had the best fight, but they stopped it early. UK never gets it right. But it was clinching in that fight too, though, man. There was clinching in that fight. But if you want to see like a knockout, Jesse, the Riakporhe had a good knockout. I don't know if I spoiled that for you. I'm sorry. But there's been a lot of holding. If you just kind of want some awkward punching in the face and stuff, I think Regis and Conor might deliver that. The Huni and Clarke fight had a lot of activity, but all these fights had a lot of clinching. Seems like a close fight, is it? I do feel like Arslanbek might not be getting enough credit from me. I'm kind of just tunnel visioning and kind of feeling like Fury is kind of is running away with it a little bit, because he's landing, I think, a little bit more telling shots more consistently. But I do feel like I am underappreciating Arslanbek, but it's only because his punches don't really come from consistency. They come from like leaping one shots that might get the attention momentarily, but the longer the rounds go on, I continue to favor Fury. So is it a close fight? I don't think it's a close fight. But I do feel like I'm underrating Arslanbek's sneaky punches because I'm not looking for them. Maybe I don't see them because either one, I don't think they're there. Right? I don't see them. Or maybe I'm just not paying attention. But I do see Fury's punching a lot more. And I think it's just hard to get past all this clinching. Fury's doing some dirty boxing. I mean, he is punching on the hip. That's an old school, a little dirty punching on the hip. He's working the clinch a little bit better. But, yeah, man, I'm just not really feeling this fight. I'm actually just praying that this gets over, man. It's just kind of a rough night, man. Out of pure entertainment. A lot of body shots from Fury, landing a lot of rights, a lot of clinching. Man, Fury just constantly landing a lot of right hooks in the clinch, working that body. Arslanbek's going to have to make an adjustment. He's just getting outworked. He just rushes in and Fury clinches, and A lot of right hands, left hooks to the body. There has not been a single knockdown. Hasn't been anything dramatic. Just a lot of clinching. Maybe a couple of good shots from Arslanbek. A couple good shots from Fury. No real drama on the feet. Just the busier fighter is Fury. The better fighter in the clinch is Fury. Fury catches Arslanbek coming in. Good 1-2 from Tyson Fury. What is this tick that Arslanbek does where he constantly shakes his head a lot? I asked him that in an interview that I can't remember what he said. It actually wasn't posted. I still have it. I have to go look it up. But Fury's starting to land some more cleaner, flusher shots the later the round goes. Arslanbek's still struggling to land anything significant. Fury back looked like a bowl of jello. He said his back looked like a bowl of jello. Oh my god. I don't even know how his physique gets like. Oh! Arslanbek lands a sneaky left hook when Fury keeps trying for these uppercuts and he missed. One of the most dangerous punches to throw is the uppercut, because when you miss, they can make you pay. And Arslanbek landed a good hook. Didn't get any visible like effect off of that shot, but it was a good shot. Oh, another sneaky uppercut from Fury. Fury's trying to do a lot of uppercuts. Turns Arslanbek on the ropes. Arslanbek is fighting, lands a good left hook. Fury feels like he might have got some respect and Makhmudov got pushed down from Fury. Fury's starting to feel like he's getting a little bit of respect. Might feel like he got something off of Arslanbek, trying to get some serious shots on him. Arslanbek. Fury's looking for that knockout. Oh, and a good left-right catches Arslanbek. Arslanbek is wearing him very well. I kind of predicted, like, it'd be hard to see Arslanbek go past 10. Well, here he is, past 10. With this very uneventful fight. Fury looked like he was really trying to go for a knockout there, but I'm watching paint dry. Rod says, no, wait. I mistook the boredness of the Fury of Makhmudov. Oh, any thumb and eye? No. Man, you're right, Rod. This is a very rough fight to watch, and hopefully I'm not exaggerating, and hopefully I'm giving the real representation of this fight. I am a diehard boxing fan, and sometimes I can be a little jaded, but I am not enjoying this fight. This is work. You know, like, hey, man, you about to put in some work. You about to clock in some hours today. That's what I did. This Netflix card has been hours of work. We're in the 11th round. 2 more to go. Let's just get this over with, man. Fury just faint and headlock all night. He needs to retire for good. His gas tank. Yeah, the amount of guillotines in this fight is unbelievable. It's almost like the perfect fight for the worst fight, right? You got someone who's just lunging in with poor defense, with his head down, where Tyson Fury comes in and takes advantage of it and puts him in a headlock. And it's just rinse and repeat. Some good body shots from Fury. Man, Arslanbek is not putting any real legitimate combinations. Like, he is just... I don't even know what the strategy is, man. Like Victoria says, terrible fight. You're just seeing really bad. This is really bad boxing. This is looking like we're getting Fury and AJ. Man, we're looking like Netflix might have to just say, look, man, if I see you clinching in any of this stuff, man, I'm gonna pull the deal in the next fight, because I mean, oof. This is a rough fight. Arslanbek lands a good right hand on Tyson Fury. Good right hook to the body by Tyson Fury. I wonder what Anthony Joshua was thinking watching this fight. Fury's legs is definitely getting him by. Do you think Fury's showing signs of decline? You know, I think when you broke it down early in the chat, I think actually he's been showing signs of decline, and it definitely shown in the Francis fight, right? I mean, it showed a little bit in the Wilder 3 fight. It showed in the Francis fight for sure, and not taking anything away from the Usyk fight, but by all means, I mean, those fights definitely took something out of Fury. So I don't know what I can expect out of him after a year and a half layoff. And he's not getting Makhmudov out of there. Guido Villanello's got him out of there. Agate Cabrio got him out of there. But Tyson Fury is still in the ring going in the 12th round against Makhmudov. But he's starting to put his shots together. Makhmudov ties him up after getting hit with everything that Tyson Fury's throwing, the sink in the counter. But, man, a part of me wanted to go distance, too. But I wanted to just be like, man, Fury should be able to just style on this guy a lot more. But Fury can take a lot of damage. He can take a lot of damage. Sugar's yelling at Fury like, yo, punish him, man. Beat him up, man. What are you doing? Fury's like, I did. It's like, I did, didn't I? And he was like, only once. He's Fury's feeling like he's putting in like a masterclass in his mind. And Sugar's like, no, man. Come on. You only did that like one time. What are you talking about? Like, he's like, yo, this. So I like what I'm hearing right there, but at the same time, it's not real instructions. It's kind of more of just, damn, bro, what are you doing? You're supposed to spark him. And he's not. So maybe this is a clear sign of just falling apart. I'm sure this says with commentary. Heavyweight is not what it likes. Oh, no. Dear God, no. And Arslanbek is landing some serious shots on Fury in this 12th round. I think that's the second solid, clean flush shot he landed on Fury. And a good right to the body by Fury. I really don't know what the story is in this fight. Like, how do I end this? Like, watching this 12th round, I'm like, Fury looks like a guy that should go on a 1.5 year retirement and not fight any of the elite guys. Oh, wait. He did go on a 1.5 year retirement, and he's coming back out. Well, he needs a tune-up so that he looks spectacular. All right. Doesn't look spectacular. It's good that he's getting rounds. Is what he needs. But this doesn't scream, I'm the top dog in the heavyweight division. I feel like Usyk fights him, stops him. I feel like if Daniel Dubois fights him or Fabio Wardley, it might be a very dangerous fight, especially Fabio Wardley, right? He fights Moses Tama, maybe that might be a brutal beatdown. I really think at this point, the Anthony Joshua fight could be a dangerous fight for him. A guy who's been knocked out multiple times. A guy who's fighting YouTubers. A guy who just got in a car crash. You know, because we heard all them Earl Spence car crash jokes when it comes to Terrence Crawford. So he's about to fight a guy that was in a car crash. And it's going to be a danger. I don't know, man. How do you score it? Tyson Fury and a very rough fight to get through. I'm only watching Zuffa Pro Boxing now. Yo, Zuffa got some good fights, man. I can't even knock it. I don't know who the hell half the people are, But I am enjoying it. And Prograis definitely put some good fights too. Because Robert Merriweather took his first loss, and now I'm hip to Tony Hirsch. And Manny Chance, I don't know what type of performance that was, man. But, yo, man. This right here is a fight where we were expecting you to have a devastating knockout to sell and highlight reels, to sell the AJ fight. Tyson Fury is back. He's supposed to look over the ring. I want you, AJ. I want you. Yeah, I don't know, man. This didn't sell it for me. Yeah. They both lost. Joshua wants to smoke for show. I might have to favor AJ in this fight. Sometimes age just catches up to you, man. I mean, yeah, Fury started getting better over time, but at the same time, yeah, that was kind of rough. These fighters getting paid too much. They just clinched their way to a check. Spence flew out of the car, though. I shouldn't have laughed at that, but yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And he technically been in 2 car crashes. Fury's trying to get a knockout so that people won't want their money back. It's sad when there's more action in MMA boxing-wise than big fight cards in boxing. That was a terrible performance by Tyson Fury. Fury did say it might be a decision yesterday, so I can't hold it against him. Yeah, sure. You can have a decision, but clinching your way to a decision is not what we want to see, right? He outboxed him. He did outbox him. And he also outclinched him. I mean, outworked him in the clinch. The story, a majority of shots where Arslanbek was just lunging in like a madman. And when Tyson Fury was clinching him after a madman and throwing a lot of punches in the clinch. I don't see AJ doing that. And if Fury's going to be clinching AJ throughout that fight, I mean, geez, man. I mean, it's also AJ's footwork is not that great. Oh, my God. I am so not excited for AJ and Tyson Fury. Netflix like, come on, man. No KO. I mean, and here we go. Tyson Fury is saying, come on, AJ. Get in the ring. AJ's pointing at him. AJ's like, no, you good. You have it. It's your night. AJ's telling me it's your night. I'm not going to get in the ring. It's your night. Enjoy yourself. Anything about me. Fury's like, come on, get in the ring. Come on. And Fury's politely kind of probably calling AJ out. AJ politely saying, yeah, good job. Enjoy your night. Did Fury just kiss Arslanbek? Did I just see that? I might be tripping. Oh, he did kiss him. Night twice. All right. I didn't have to rewind it. These boring boxing purists would say Fury outclassed him. Oh, my God. Gee. Work this was. You know how they say, like, find something you enjoy so you never have to work a day of your life? Well, I thought I found something I enjoyed. And this is still work. Fury isn't a KO guy anymore. That's not really who he is. I know, but still, it's not a fight that I would recommend anyone watching, right? Was this a fight? Would you recommend this to be Netflix? Prograis is good. Robert Garcia commentator. Yeah, I think Robert Garcia is a good commentator. I think Prograis is on tonight. It was on yesterday. Is there another one on tonight? AJ should have gotten the ring. I agree. They should have made that mandatory. Whoever said they both lost is funny. I agree. That was who said that? Both lost. Yeah, someone said that. I can't remember. I gotta find that. Look, I'm a hardcore boxing fan. I give fighters the benefit of doubt. You know, I don't create narratives that is hurtful. I'm also a fan too at the end of the day. And sometimes just calling it for what this was just rough. This was just a rough fight. This was a rough fight. This was a rough card. You know what's so crazy, right? And I'm going to be transparent about this with you guys, right? I feel bad you had to cover this, Ron. Your job should be fun. Listen, sometimes I look at a card and I go, I'm only going to cover the main event and the co-main, right? Sometimes like, I'm not covering that whole card. I'm not, right? I'm not doing it. And it's not saying that I'm above it, but sometimes my time needs to be spent elsewhere because I have a life too, right? So, and I got things to do in my life. So sometimes there's a card that's so good that I have to be on for the whole time, right? But like, I haven't done a card where I've been on for most of the card, and I was only going to do co-main and main event, right? And I was like, no, I need to do the full card, the main card. I need to stop being lazy. I need to get back to doing the card. And I decided to do this card, and boy, I wish I just did the co-main and main event. Because I feel like I would have a lot more energy, and I probably would not be so jaded at the end of this Tyson Fury fight, because this was rough. And Tyson Fury won. He's on the mic now. And he's saying that he wants to give the world the fight he's been waiting for. He points at AJ. I want you, AJ, Anthony and Joshua. Let's give the fight fans what they want. Here's my challenge. I challenge you, Anthony Joshua, to challenge me. Tyson Fury, the Egyptian King. Next, do you accept? Do you accept my challenge? And AJ just staring at him with an earpiece. And the only interaction he's done during that whole time was this. Patted his chest. What a build-up. And they're asking Turkey, is this a surprise? And Turkey says, it's not my call. He points at AJ and he says, it's not my call, it's his call. And they're asking AJ, can we get this fight today? And AJ finally is given the mic. Tyson, you're a clout chaser. It's what AJ said. Tyson, I have never had no problem getting in the ring with you. I punched you when we were kids. And after watching tonight, I'll punch you up again. With all due respect, tonight's your night. You know, I'll sit in a ring from you. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. I've been chasing you for the last 10 years. When you're ready, you come and see me. And your terms and conditions, and I'll have you in ring. I'm the boss. And Tyson Fury said, I'm the boss. AJ said, I'm the landlord. You work for me. All right, man. Can they just fight? Are we really about to just have this whole... Fury says, come on. Let's give the fight fans what they want. 10 years in the making. Let's make it happen. And Fury dedicated his fight to his dear friend Ricky Hatton. May he rest in peace. And there's only one Ricky Hatton chant going on. Wow, this build-up has been trash. Fury had a unhighlighted performance out of retirement. They asked Turkey out of sheet straight up, are we getting this fight next? And he can't say yes. He points at AJ and says, it's up to him. AJ says nothing. For the longest time, they finally give him a mic. And then he said, I'm the boss. Only when you want to fight. Like, yo, what type of build? Yo, can they just fight? Can they just fight? Like, can they just get in the ring? Fury says, get in the ring. Let's do a face-off. AJ's like, no. So we get no face-off today. No knockout. No great quotes. It doesn't even sound like they secured the fight because it's getting in negotiations. Give me your terms. Oh my God, Zuffa, yo, you're right. Come in and save this stuff right here, man. Because that was what is that? What are you gonna do with that footage? How do you build something up from that? Look at this. He's still going to show up fat. Get in there, AJ. AJ didn't even want to say yes. I'm done with this nonsense. AJ just called Fury clout chasing. Tyson just needs the Jake Paul treatment. This is a boring build up. Seems like AJ's ducking the fight. Too much ego. Who won? Fury won, but it was terrible. AJ's still scared of Fury and Wilder. Pure trash. AJ stands. But AJ's now being interviewed. And the Netflix reporter's asking AJ. Still haven't heard a yes come out your mouth. AJ said, I'm going to be honest. There's a negotiation that we have to get through. Oh my God. God. The word contracts, you'll probably see us in the next more than likely. But I'm not going to get in a ring and start shouting. If you look at my track record, I'm not coming in for clout. I saw what I saw, and I know what I'm gonna do in the ring. Come on, man. Just how you gonna sell this fight? How you gonna sell this fight? AJ was at the Water fight and now at the Fury fight and seems to duck both of them after they call him out. He hasn't gave like a definitive, yeah, I'm with it. AJ said, look, he's the one that's retired. I ain't the one that retired. He disappears, come back. Oh my God. I mean, look, I get it, Jerry. You make a great point about AJ feels like drama right now after all the tragic car crash, 2 of his friends, and he barely missed Teflon. But as an entertainer, right? Like, this isn't the most entertaining way to build a fight. And so as much as I can give him that, I can also give him like fair criticism on the idea or fair opinion, right? Not because he won't care about the criticism. Clearly he doesn't. But I think I can give him a fair opinion. I think this build up sucks. I think he is entitled to feel the way he does. And I respect that he's looking at life the way he does. And I'm not knocking him on that, but I'm also allowed to say that this buildup is absolutely garbage. I mean, we're talking about 2 guys that don't have belts. They've got losses. They're out of their prime. They can't even get in the ring, give us one face-off. Negotiation contracts are still being talked about. Turk Al-Sheikh can't say yes. Tyson Fury gave a subpar, entertaining performance. AJ got knocked out and then came back, knocked out Jake Paul. I mean, what are we doing, right? If we really going to sugarcoat the idea that this is an horrible, horrendous mega fight buildup and not call it for what it is. I mean, it is what it is, man. So I give him everything that you're saying about the car crash and all that stuff, and I respect it. But at the same time, us fans, we're getting robbed of special build-up opportunity. You know, like this, to at least satisfy us for going through that. Give us a face-off. Give us a face-off at least. Give us a good, solid face-off. Because honestly, I don't think Fury was really like, come on, get in the ring. Come on, get in the ring. Like, I don't think he was really being a dick about it. I think AJ kind of was being a dick about it, really. I think Fury was kind of like, yeah, come on, let's get in the ring, let's give the fans what they want. All he wanted was a dance partner to build it up, right? Like, hey, you know, and AJ could like, yo, I respect you, you know, good performance, happy you're back, blah blah blah. But you know, when we get in the ring, I'm gonna spark you out. And Fury would be like, you know, man, you know, it's like, so look, let's give the fans what they've been asking for years. You know, we couldn't do it when we had the belts, but we can give him a fight that still lives up to the I don't know, like something where you don't have to trash Fury. He didn't have to go and disrespect Fury. I think Fury started getting kind of the animosity started coming was because AJ's kind of demeanor of like just staring at him and then being very short and saying like, I'm your landlord, and giving him a middle finger. Like, what do you expect Fury to also be like? So I don't think Fury was really being a dick about it. So I really think A just kind of just killed that build up right there, personally, regardless of how he feels. I think anything, Jerry, to be honest with you, I think he created drama himself. I think it was a cordial, respectful call out. And I think as a fighter, sure, by Fury saying, do you accept my challenge? He might have took that personal, like, no, it's my challenge to you. But why has to be that? Like, why does it have to be that? So, I don't know, man. What a trash build-up, man. Ugh. That was rough. Understandable. Yeah, Ron is right. This is hot. This is build-up. It's hot trash. They both lost. Facts. Regis looked worse than Thurman. Yeah, he did get lumped up. It's always been AJ not making these fights happen. Somebody fight Moses. This is why we got Fury Wilder 3 times. AJ never fought either guy. They ain't fighting Moses. It was meant to hype people up. That's all it was, man. All it was to hype people up. And I get what Jerry was saying, but man, dude. If we couldn't get a good fight, then give us an opportunity to see a good face-off and a good little stare down and something like that. So, hey, man, look at Nick Noonan right there, getting Tyson Fury right there. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Get that Tyson Fury reaction. Hey, my boy Nick Noonan on Netflix. Let me get that picture of my boy Nick. Here, let me, because I ain't rewinding this. Alright. That boy. Here. I got a fellow FightHype colleague on Netflix talking to Tyson Fury. Good stuff, man. I'm gonna send that to him. But I ain't rewinding back on that Netflix stream to find that because that was utter hot trash. So I had to take a picture of that now to send him because wow. This is a hot garbage build-up, man. I don't know what to say about this. I don't know what to say. I'm turning this off. Look, what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna keep it short, sweet. Let you guys just move on from this utter nonsense tonight. Congratulations from Huni. Showed a lot of heart. Beat Clarke. Riakporhe. Thank God for you getting the knockout. The speed on the undercard. Congratulations for you being the Commonwealth British champion. Regis Prograis showed a lot of heart, proved a lot of us wrong, that he can actually go to distance with a guy like Conor Benn, which we all suspected, or a majority suspected Conor Benn to run through him like a hot, what was that saying? A hot knife through butter? It wasn't the case. It was really just an opportunity to show the world how underdeveloped Conor Benn really is, and he needs to stay away from all those other guys that he speaks of. And for the main event, Tyson Fury's back. He looked rusty, ring rust. He started getting his mojo back a little bit. A solid, I guess, 12 rounds to kind of test the engine so that he can prepare himself with what it seemed to be AJ next, but couldn't get a solid announcement. Couldn't get a face-off. Couldn't get confirmation. Couldn't get anything. So for this, Anthony Joshua walks through the crowd, mobbed through all his fans, taking pictures with no real announcement, no true direction and nothing to really say except for, man, what an uneventful card that was. But my boy Southpaw in the building. Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on? I saw that you were live stream. I would have jumped in to show support, but as you can see, I'm live and I'm getting ready to get off as well. So I appreciate you beating me to it. So I'm looking for a new female co-host. Do you know anyone? I really don't know. You don't do the lives with that one girl that you do no more? I mean, you don't have to tell me over here or whatnot. I mean, whatever the case is. But I thought you guys had good chemistry. But do I know any female co-host? Mr. Speeding Ticket, yo. I've been good, my guy. I've been good. I've been following the law. I haven't been going fast. But I appreciate you always showing love, man. Like, I'm really waiting for you to get that 100K so you can get that plaque. I think you're one of the guys that has a very original style, an honest opinion. I think at the end of the day, you say what a lot of people was afraid to say, and you're entitled to in your opinion, right? I think there's a lot of things that people feel is like unspoken rules in engagement and what, but I think at the end of the day, I think it's very important to have honesty. And sometimes if the honest truth of what someone feels may not represent what happens to the fight, right? Like, everyone's entitled to give an opinion. And if someone happens to prove someone wrong, well, that's completely, but there's so many people that are scared to speak leading into that fight. And I think it's good and it's refreshing, you know? So I definitely am a supporter. 100K for sure is coming. Like it's more like, hurry up, man. Like, it's taking a little bit. Yo, I feel like YouTube is robbing subscribers. Like, you probably already hit it, but they just ain't giving you that plaque, that number yet. So, yeah, a lot of people aren't honest, right? I think you have a very refreshing take in the sport, and I'm grateful to be able to every once in a while turn on my channel, my YouTube, and be like, okay, you know. Actually, yo, what's crazy, right? What's crazy? I didn't even know this, but I was watching one of your videos. It might have been the one that you dropped today, right? Real quick, Squid Ink Pasta, Fury and Joshua promo at the end was like WWE. No, it was terrible. WWE is nice, Squid Ink. Southpaw need to get Lady Chan. She would be matches energy. So Southpaw, Brotherhood Sports right here suggesting Lady Chan. Maybe you can look her up. Not familiar with her, but you know, Brotherhood Sports comes through here. He has a lot of honest opinion. He actually agrees with a lot of your takes too, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, a lot of guys aren't honest on YouTube. So just keep doing you. I think I was watching one of your videos, like I was saying, and I didn't realize I went to Amanda Serrano's Instagram, and yo, she did clip that part of Remy Ma. I wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for you. And I did have a nice little chuckle. You know, I know that they have their little spat. So you be catching on to a lot of stuff, you know. And one thing I do honestly, this is what a lot of people don't really understand, that what you actually teach through your channel, what's our IG, Brotherhood. If you can put our IG in, you can maybe look her up. This is the one thing I actually respect a lot that people overlook, right? You emphasize how like the street life is something that shouldn't be glamorized and people shouldn't like engage into it, especially if they have an opportunity not to be part of it and they have an opportunity to separate themselves and they're able to become something where it's not needed. And you kind of tell how ridiculous it is to be wanting to be drawn into it, especially if it's something where you're not really part of, right? And where that destroys your boxing abilities and your focus, and it destroys your main goal, be a great boxer, right? And all that other stuff is just fugazi and it's nonsense. So you do teach a lot of instrumental stuff and value in there. I know there's a lot of stuff that you bring that's funny, a lot of humorous, right? But what you're really also explaining is more of the either the hypocrisy or the nonsense, right? The ridiculousness, right? And I think that's very, like, at some point, I hope a boxer does come up to you one time and be like, look, I was mad at you because I took it personal. But at the same time, it's more like having like a good friend going, you know what? I can't let you go down this path. This is stupid, right? And if someone was actually able to, like, you know what? I took this energy the wrong way. Big ups for you to kind of keeping me in check. That would be a crazy, like, revelation, right? So, yo, chill, bro. Chill. You know, I mean, look, I'm gonna be politically correct off that one. All right, I'm gonna just be cool off that. But I always appreciate the love and support. Shakur wishes he's gangster. He ain't. Yeah, I mean, look, I do feel like at a certain point you should kind of separate yourself from it, right? I can't really speak as if I know him personally. Like, I don't really know truly his overall reasons of his, you know, I'm not saying like it's right or wrong, right? But I do know that you're coming from a place, like, when you say that, is more of like, don't bring on the unnecessary street stuff when it's not necessary. And I respect that. Like, I respect that when you tell these fighters that type of stuff. So, but at the end of the day, you know, people are going to be upset with your opinion. It's your opinion. You're entitled to it. You know, I don't know why people get upset when you give your opinion out. I think you should continue doing that. All right. I think there's a lot of cookie cutter commentary out there. I know that there's certain places, certain platforms that if they work for a network or they have to be in some sort of political correct way because they're being paid and they're working for somebody, right? And, you know, and I kind of fall in that box a little bit too, right? Like, I kind of walk a very fine line at times because it's kind of in my job to kind of maintain cordial relationships. But for people who speak their mind, if you're going to go speak your mind and don't really care, then that's how you should do it, right? Like, so I personally think at the end of the day, if you're going to speak your mind and be raw and uncut, do it 100%, because there's no middle ground when you want to be this raw, uncut, unapologetic kind of just say how it is. So respect to you, man. You know, respect to you and your family and everyone and all the hard work you do. And you have a place in boxing. I genuinely believe in that. Because clearly your numbers reflect that. So, you know, so you got my support. Shakira Twitterson wants the story. I made it out the hood. I mean, look, I'm never gonna discredit anyone's story or say anyone's not like whatever they say there, right? I do feel like he definitely for sure probably didn't have like the easiest background, but that's not for me to say if he truly had it really bad or not, right? I know at the end of the day, he had a great opportunity, which he's taken advantage of, and he's a good boxer, you know? So I definitely say compared to me, I had it pretty good, you know? My upbringing was really good. You know, I like to think that I'm a suburban kid who has friends that are from the hood that doesn't want to participate in it, right? And if anything for me, it's try to help them not stay in that realm and kind of get, you know, into kind of a more privileged kind of situation. Because my dad came from like not a privileged spot, right? And, you know, not at all. And so because of it, and my mom, you know, an immigrant from another country, came to America, you know, did her citizenship, all that stuff, right? I recognize that what they did for me, it's not for me now to go into those positions and be like in environments that they didn't want me to be in. So if anything, any friends that I have in a situation like that, I don't want them to be in it, right? So I'm really like straight up like just I think I'm a suburban kid, like so yeah, I ain't no hood, but I have boxed, you know, I've done martial arts, you know, but I never flexed out like I'm a hard ass. You know, you have to know how to defend yourself. I think you gotta protect your family. If you have kids, you gotta know how to fight. Like it's simple. Like dudes be breaking their thumbs because they don't even know how. Like they don't even know how they put their thumbs in their hand. I'm just like, yo, these are fundamental things. So everyone should know how to fight. But then to flex that, I don't think you need to, right? Just, but ain't no lying with me. I have to be honest. I don't care about any of these boxes. But you know what's crazy though, Southpaw? This is the ironic part. I know like you don't care about them. Like it's more like you're not attached to them, and I agree. Like you really don't care. But if you really think about it, you care enough to call them out and speak on, like you're spending energy to kind of like send a message out. Like when you read between the lines, you're sending a message, and that's caring to a way, right? Because you could just ignore it and like, I don't care about this person. They don't get no attention on my platform. I'm not going to speak about them or give them any game, right? So to a certain point, like I know you don't care, but you kind of invertly do care because you're helping them. You know what I mean? So much love, Ron, bro. Keep up the good work. Stop running the lights. Appreciate it, man. I always, anytime I get, you know, some time to get in your lives, I'll jump in and show some support, man. I always appreciate you just showing love to the platform, FightHype. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, I appreciate your support. Appreciate Squealing Pasta. You know, Ryan's always been respectful, considerate on YouTube. I respect that 100%. I appreciate you. Can't wait till AJ fights Andy Ruiz again. Oh my God, Gary. Don't say that. What up, Eric Bell? What's up, my guy, man? Seems like a chill night. We're done with this, man. I got to go back and really watch the Pro Box fight. I didn't really watch the Manny Chance fight 100%. Saw a lot of people kind of saying, like, look like trash. I should have lost. So I'm going to go back. I didn't really get to watch the Elise's fight. I didn't really watch the Strada fight. Tension. So just been spending time with my kids. So but anyways, I could be here rambling all day. Appreciate each and one of you guys. Show support to Southpaw if you haven't. Go to his channel. Get him to 100K, please. And we'll have some content dropping, if not already. I think we got some videos going up from the UK event. And you'll be seeing me around a little bit more. I'll be covering some upcoming events. David Benavides and Zerto. And I think I'll probably be going to Keyshawn, Nair Albright 2, which is a fight that I just don't see why. Abdullah Mason, Joe Cordina. I'll be at that. So I'll be at a couple of these fights. And so, but yeah, good job today, man. See you on the next one. By the way, shout out to my boy Ken, A-Clo Media. He started his YouTube channel. Look him up. He's a huge instrumental part of FightHype as well. He joined the team officially not too long ago. He's Vegas bound, so a lot of Vegas content is coming from him. Him and Chris does a great job, as well as Elaine, who's been recently sending some stuff. So shout out to all three of them. Lewis is out there, you know, fighter that just fought recently, valiantly. And yeah, they're all out there covering, getting some content tonight for an event today. So look out for their content. Subscribe to A-Clo Media as well. Gary Warren says, all you have to do is go back to every city, town, village in the UK in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and it was full of fist fights every night. And you know, I actually think the UK boxing, like, had some good eras. And I think we left an era, honestly. That era recently, where there was like a British fighter that was a champion. There was at least one British champion in every division, which is nice, man. So, but I still stand when I say I think British fighters from 160 and up, you guys do your thing. So, never going to discount from that. So, anyways, long-winded ending. Appreciate all you guys coming in. I'm going to end this. And, yeah, we'll call it a day. See you guys in the next one. Peace.